If the government of Uganda cares about your health and the health of your fuel business or the health of your automobiles, wonder no more. If the government of Uganda cares about your health and the health of your fuel business or the health of your automobiles, wonder no more. The FMP program is testament to this fact. The government of Uganda, through the Fuel Marking and Quality Monitoring Program, is controlling and monitoring the quality of petroleum products in the entire supply chain in Uganda. The FMP program, which is guided by the Fuel Marking Regulations 2009, is implemented under a cooperative arrangement between the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, in collaboration with oil marketing companies, to offer you consumer quality assurance and protection, to monitor the quality of imported products, and to provide linkages with other downstream petroleum activities like development petroleum standards, and to provide linkages with other downstream petroleum activities like calibration and bulk measures, among others.
When these trucks bring in fuel, we do random sampling. Under circumstances where we find a product is not meeting
The epitome of Lira is located on Nubi Road, Junior Quarters in Lira City. That is Margarita Palace Hotel. Not to flatter you about this mighty palace, gracing Lira City with its presence, Margarita Palace Hotel has one of the best accommodation services with perfectly lit rooms and neatly laid royalty beds in the VIP wings and all other rooms. Margarita Palace Hotel is always a hotel of choice, even for the regular visitors. You're welcome at this hotel for your honeymoon.
The type of accommodation at Margarita Palace Hotel is indeed unbeatable. The clients here shower like kings and queens, and by choice, they stay up watching the colossal television installed in every room at this palace. This stellar hotel has the fastest and free Wi-Fi internet services, a 24-hour airport pickup services, a beautiful garden ready to host all kinds of celebrations no matter the number of guests invited. The palace has also a large conference center to hold seminars, meetings, and all kinds of indoor events.
The degree of cleanliness and methodic layout exhibited at Margarita Palace Hotel, from the captivating reception services to the hospitality of the workers as they walk their clients to their hotel rooms, the politeness with which they engage in phone calls for comfortability emergencies from the clients in their rooms, and the scrumptious English breakfast followed by a day full meal puts Margarita Palace Hotel at the peak, standing high as the 3-star hotel in Lira City.
If the government of Uganda cares about your health and the health of your fuel business or the health of your automobiles, wonder no more. The FMP program is testament to this fact. The government of Uganda, through the Fuel Marking and Quality Monitoring Program, is controlling and monitoring the quality of petroleum products in the entire supply chain in Uganda. The FMP program, which is guided by the Fuel Marking Regulations 2009, is implemented under a cooperative arrangement between the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, in collaboration with oil marketing companies, to offer you consumer quality assurance and protection, to monitor the quality of imported products, and to provide linkages with other downstream petroleum activities like development petroleum standards, and to provide linkages with other downstream petroleum activities like calibration and bulk measures, among others.
When these trucks bring in fuel, we we do random sampling. Under circumstances where we find a product is not meeting the required standards, we always seize we are advised to seize the trucks. Because when a product is substandard, it must be brought to standard.
Once the fuel truck enters the yard, it has to make sure that it's in the dipping slab. A dipping slab is a leveled place where we can dip the fuel clearly. And they bring the papers to our offices, to our site supervisor.
I received this paper from the supervisor, who allocates by writing my name, the truck which is on the slab. Then after receiving, I got the slab. I confirm if the paper is for the right truck which is there.
From there, the supervisors make sure that the physical papers handed over to him matches the truck that is in the dipping slab. After that, once everything is okay, he signs the truck to the next available marking technician, who then goes on top of the truck to check for fuel dips, densities, temperatures, for us to be able to ascertain exactly the amount of fuel that is in each compartment and the exact fuel type that the driver is coming, vis-a-vis what the papers declare. Then he hands over this document together with all other documents, which are the calibration chart, the bill of lading, and the exit note, to the customer service dispatcher. This is the point whereby the customer service dispatcher enters this information into the Asikuda system.
Today we are looking at how we monitor the quality of fuel at various stations. We have a mobile unit, a mobile laboratory, where we prepare these samples and put in the machine to run. We picked a sample of diesel from a pump that was serving. We prepared the sample in the sample cell. We put it in the sample chamber of the machine and commanded the machine to start testing. The testing takes 3 minutes. So after 3 minutes, it gave us the result, and the result was pass. We picked a sample of diesel and mixed it with 50% paraffin, and the result failed by 46%. This process of monitoring begins from the border. When the fuel destined for Uganda reaches the border, we check its quality compared to the loading documents. When we reach a petrol station and we find the concentration of the marker which was applied at the border has changed, has reduced, then we seal off your premises, your pumps. We stop you from sealing. The aim of this exercise is to ensure that customers buy fuel which is of good quality.
Ensure that the product which are put in the vehicles of the public meet the standard. We are able to achieve a compliance of 99.3% compared to when the product. So the main things are quality assurance.
You are highly welcome. The purpose of this workshop today, it is mainly on petroleum products or the downstream petroleum sector. In Uganda, we have 3 sections of petroleum. We have the upstream, which is exploration, development and production, the activities that are taking place in the other side of the country. Then we have the midstream, which is mainly bulk transportation of both crude and white products. Then we have the downstream. The downstream today, that's where we are going to concentrate. So the other two, we will have another forum for it. The program is there for today, and we are going to look at the entry, how somebody can enter into this business, the regulation governing it, the standards, the quality and quantity of petroleum products, and the enforcement. So, all of us, we need to know who is here and who is not here, to take a roll call and see our invitees, are they present or not? Then we can now know the audience we are dealing with. And I will start with myself once again. Kefa come. I said Stephen Varasagara from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Let's introduce ourselves, where you are coming from, what you are doing, then we can embark on our program.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joshua Lamo. I'm a journalist. I work with Voice of Lango. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Oyugi Manuel. I'm a reporter of Divine FM.
Good morning. I'm Eric Komakech, the District Physical Planner for Noya.
Evelyn Acha is my name, an Environment Officer Noya.
Yusufa Kubanabana, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer Noya.
Habib Abakar, Deputy Kao Kitugum District.
Kabugodeo, Deputy Kao Kirianong District. Mwambu Joel, Environment Officer, Kiriandongo District.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Ungu Patrick Elvis. I'm the Senior Assistant Town Clerk here for the Town Clerk Apart Municipal Council. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Doreen Chandiru, District Fiscal Planner, Kiriandongo. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Brenda Kide. I'm the Senior CDO for Town Clerk, Dokolo Town Council. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Jesse Tbemanya, Town Clerk, Town Council, Kiriandongo District Government.
Good morning. I'm Walter Chen, Environment Officer, Lira.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Fabia Sotike. I'm the Natural Resource Officer, Lira, for Kao Lira.
Good morning, everyone. Superintendent of Police, Mugira Omar, the District Police Commander, Kole. Thank you.
SP Sam Subi, District Police Commander, Kiriandongo.
Thank you so much. I'm called the Senior Superintendent of Police, Brian Zampire. I'm a DPC Lira City, CPS. I'm happy to be here and I'm the host. You're welcome.
My name is James Uba, Manager of Atomic Process in Lira.
Good morning to everyone. Call me Mr. Jimmy Okwen, Senior Environment Officer, Kwania District Local Government.
Good morning, everyone. I am Lorraine Achio, Station Manager, Shell Lira Main and Annex.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Desmond Phillips Otema, Quality Marshal, Shell Lira Annex.
Good morning. I'm Derek Chirchan, the Quality Marshal, Shell Lira.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aliguma Edith Adieri. I'm the District Chairperson, Kiriandongo.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Emmanuel Tugabirwe, Assistant Commissioner, District Administration, Minister of Rural Government.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Frank Tukwasibwe, Commissioner, Petroleum Supply Department, Minister of Energy and Mineral Development.
Good morning. I'm called Nangalama Daniel Richard Makai. I work with the Ghana National Bureau of Standards as Deputy Executive Director in charge of Financial and Management Services. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Sandra Cheng, the Physical Planner for Doholo District.
Good morning to you all. Christopher Opeo Atekere is my name, District Chairperson Gulo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Assistant Superintendent of Police Kidega Patrick Anywa, the DPC of Gulu CPS.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Superintendent of Police Regan Magombe, DPC, Noya District. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Rodney Odo, Oil Energy Lira. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Gloria Stella Achola. I'm in for the Physical Planner, Oyam District.
Morning. I'm Jimmy Todd, Environment Officer Oyam, standing in for District Environment Officer.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Emokori Andrew, Sikpa Uganda, Lira.
My name is Walter Okelo. I work with the Uganda Radio Network. Thank you.
Yes, morning everyone. My name is Moses Okumukela. I work with QFM in Lira City.
Good morning. I'm called AIP Onyanga Aldo from the main station, Lira CPS.
Good morning. I'm Isaac Joe Ogwal. I work for Rhino FM. Thank you.
My name is Maurice Sapira. I also work for Rhino FM, Lira City.
Udon Solomon is my name, Vice Chairperson of Remchan Cooperative Society Limited.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nam Joshua. I work with one of the radio stations called Rhino FM based in Lira City here. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am an Assistant Superintendent of Police, DPC, Ketikum District. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Martin Anywa for the Physical Planner Kitgum.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Opeo Innocent Ochaya, Environment Officer, Kitgum District.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jackson Utim, Physical Planner, Kwanya DC Local Government. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aaron Okulu, Environment Officer, Patch District Local Government.
Patrick Konya is my name, Senior Environment Officer, Otuka District.
Francisca Do is my name, Senior Environment Officer, Gulu.
Achan Irene Ruth, District Fiscal Planner, Padde.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Bong Samuel. I work with KFM Online. Thank you.
Len Geoffrey, Environment Officer, Kole.
Good morning. I'm called Atala Joan, Senior Environment Officer at Lepton.
Good morning. My name is John Paulo Nye, Town Clerk, Anaka, Noya District Local Government.
Good morning. James Waiso, Uganda National Bureau of Standards.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Susan Naroga. I work as a communications person in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development.
Good morning, everyone. Mugisha Ivan, Assistant Manager, Total Lira SS.
Good morning, everyone. Sebuliba Andrew is my name, the manager of Total Energies Lira Highway.
Good morning. Fred Ayo is my name, manager, FDL Petrol Station, Kole.
Good morning. I'm Nwamanya Edward, Principal Petroleum Officer in charge of monitoring and inspection in Petroleum Supply Department. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dean Tashobia, Principal Petroleum Officer in charge of standards at the Ministry of Energy.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Disan Chuguli. I'm a Principal Petroleum Officer in charge of licensing in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Chitimbo Peter is my name. Principal Analyst, UNBS, at the same time Field Supervisor on this program.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ashi Yang. I'm head of fuel marking at SICPA, the fuel marking agent for Uganda.
Morning, everyone. I'm Court Caroline, the Physical Planner, College District.
Good morning. James Otoapili is my name, District Chairperson, Doklo District Local Government.
Good morning, everyone. Ajok Margaret, Physical Planner, Aleptong District.
Those who have just come in, please.
Good morning, everybody. I am Tony Jasper Don, LC Fiber Patch.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Queer Isaac is my name, Town Clerk, Leptong Town Council.
Anyone who has just come in?
I'm Isaac Odon. I work with the Voice of the Gospel Radio. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bernard Luke. I'm the District Physical Planner, Patch District.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, allow me to welcome you to this meeting or workshop, which is a forum of mainly the local authorities, the media, the oil dealers. I was expecting one of the oil companies that I have not heard, which is a native of this place. I think they are on their way coming, and we will have a very good interaction today. We will have presentations as we can see the program. Then from the presentation, Peter, move up. We'll have an open discussion where we will listen to your views, and we have all the issues after the presentation discussed. Without wasting much of our time, allow me to invite the Commissioner for Petroleum Supplies Department, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, to come and open this workshop officially. Mr. Commissioner, sir, you are welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, once again. I was about to say that since I was invited and the members did not clap, but I remembered that I'm not a politician. So whether you clap or not, you are most welcome. Good morning. My humble duty here is to officially open this workshop. And I don't want to take it for granted that each one of us had time to pray this morning. So I will just use half a minute to pray, if you allow. And then we go into the protocol of opening. Almighty God, we give you thanks and praise for this morning. Even as you gather us together in this place for yet an important discussion and interaction, we ask of your guidance to help us, Lord, be better citizens and enjoy our motherland. In Jesus' name we pray. My name is Frank Tukwasibwe. Reverend is the title. I work with government as Commissioner for Petroleum Supply Department and volunteer with the Church of Uganda. So I want first to make that clarification. People should not get confused. What is happening here? Does it mean that maybe it's getting 2 salaries? No, and I'm a non-stipendiary priest currently serving at All Saints Cathedral, Kampala. So dear chairpersons present, the chief administrative officers and different heads of towns, the town clerks and your deputies, the security members around, the DPCs and your respective teams, the technical officers from various administrative offices, colleagues from the central government and the National Bureau of Standards, the media, ladies and gentlemen, you are most welcome. Adding my voice to the previous speaker to welcome you, the importance of this workshop cannot be overemphasized, but is mainly to the extent possible to try and understand a few things that govern the downstream petroleum sector in Uganda. Like he said, I want to explain what downstream petroleum entails, although I think one of the presenters should be able to handle that. But everything concerning petroleum product, right from importation, transportation, storage, wholesaling, retailing, and the like, is our mainstay. And of course, that is done mainly through some other facilities, including petroleum stations, petroleum depots, fuel trucks, and the like, things that help in the business of that downstream petroleum. Why this workshop becomes important, though not mandatory, and let me explain those 2 words. It is not mandatory because the Penal Code clearly tells us that ignorance of the law is no defense. So, whether we tell people or not, in case in a likely event that one is found on the wrong side of the law, you cannot present yourself as, I didn't know. That plea is already a plea of guilty. You cannot really bring it before the courts of law and be administered that, okay, since you didn't know, or maybe something we give like a sentence, ignorance of the law is not fair. So this is not mandatory. But it is essential that while we do regulate, to the extent possible, we let the citizens be aware. Again, the Constitution becomes clear that it is the mandate of each and every single one of us to ensure that the citizens are informed and are aware of their Constitution. In fact, even in their local languages. So those of us at the local government, you need to perhaps evaluate yourselves, my brother, to see to what extent even our citizens do understand the articles of the Constitution, the rights and responsibilities of a citizen. Because in most cases, again, people talk about rights, but they forget responsibilities. So if it is your right to education, and you go to school and you cause havoc, really you can't say that the other responsible people should not hold you accountable because it is your right to. So, it is important, to the extent possible, that we interact with citizens to understand this sector, which is so fragile. The sector is important because without fuel, how would we have come this way? Without fuel, even during those bad times of COVID-19, the sector remained open because even ambulances have to run with fuel. The security forces have to move with fuel. So it is a very important sector, but how we manage it is very important. So the oil marketing companies, the way we put those structures is very important. In one way, on one hand, is it on the one hand? Actually, the primary motivation factor for oil marketing companies is to make money. Okay? That is clear and it is undisputed. They are not into this business for charity. When you see any oil company is not into business as a charity or something else. They are there to make what? To make money. But while you are making money, we must ensure that all the other concerned citizens and stakeholders are protected. That you make money in the right manner, you take the appropriate profit, and don't, cheat unsuspecting citizens, and that the citizens also get to know their rights. So those are the kind of things that we come here to interact. And by saying that, I'm not saying that the oil companies are cheating, right? I'm only saying that it's important. I mean, everybody to know what is the law or what is the stake of this person. So, I'm not the main speaker. Mine is to open this workshop and see that there is proper discussion. To the extent possible, I will sit in and listen. Just in case there are some concerns which might be coming my way, so that probably I can do what? Attend to them. But the key discussants are here, and the way we move is that really we do equip every other person. I've been commissioner for a while. If I retired today, I am not afraid that the sector will collapse. There are able men and women who can be able to take over, and we should be able to move without any what? Without any issue. So with those few remarks, and having conveyed my apologies from the PS, who is attending to another function in the region, in Moroto, I wish to declare this workshop officially opened, and wish you good deliberations for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. At this moment, we shall take a series of presentation. I pray you take some notes, so that at the end of it, in the discussion, we shall share a discussion session with you to give questions, to answer to questions, and to respond to comments. At this moment, I will invite Mr. Disan to come and give his presentation with regards to licensing.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, once again. sound a bit tired. Early in the morning. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Disan Chiguli. I'm a Principal Petroleum Officer in charge of licensing in the Directorate of Petroleum, Department of Petroleum Supply, in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. I'll be taking through issues regarding licensing of petroleum facilities and petroleum operations. The outline of my presentation is, I'll start with the introduction, I'll do justification for licensing, I'll spend more time on stakeholders involved in the licensing process of petroleum facilities, stock operations. I'll give you procedures for licensing for petroleum facility construction permit, completion certificate, and petroleum operation licenses. I also outlined some subsector issues which have been, there are issues have been coming up in various workshops we have been attending. And then I'll talk about applicable fees for the licenses and the challenges pertaining licensing in our subsector. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I think the Commission has given us some outline, some introductory remarks, and some introductory remarks had issues which I'm going to discuss in the introductory remarks, but they are straightforward. The law governing our business here in downstream is called the Petroleum Supply Act of 2003, which was recently amended in 2023 to cater for the solo importation of petroleum products by the Uganda National Oil Company. It's not importing, but sourcing of petroleum products by the Uganda National Oil Company. Now, this law states that anybody intending to do any installation or construction or doing any operation regarding the downstream activity is supposed to be issued a license or a permit before he does so. The Act establishes the Petroleum Supply Department as a lead agency in licensing all intending petroleum operators and all activities in the downstream. Now, the Commission has explained downstream activities, issues to do with importation, issues to do with the retailing, wholesaling, storage. There are people who have consumer installations. They also fall under the category. Issues to do with the processing, that's value addition. Those are the downstream activities which we are talking about under here. So anybody intending to do those activities must have first get a license, permission from the Commissioner. Now, the law provides for a three-staged licensing regime. The first one is the Petroleum Facility Construction Permit. Now, the Petroleum Facility Construction Permit is issued to a person prior to construction or installation of a petroleum facility. Before you construct, you install a petroleum facility, you must have been issued with a Petroleum Facility Construction Permit. Now, the second one is the completion certificate. Now, this one is issued to confirm that your installation or your construction works has been done as per the standards which are governing the stated installation which you have constructed. Now, the last one is the business license, which is the petroleum operating license. Now, this one allows us to start doing the business, the actual retailing at a petrol station, the actual selling and importation. Now, all in all, the Petroleum Supply General Regulations now give the details of this licensing regime. Next. Now, why do we license? It's not we license because there are reasons why you should do so. One is a regulatory requirement. As I've told you, under the Petroleum Supply Act, it's a must that anybody doing installation or operating a petroleum facility should have a license. So it's a legislative requirement that somebody has to get approval from the commissioner. The other issue is to monitor compliance to petroleum facility standards. We do monitor the standards of petroleum facilities regularly. We have a monitoring team. Even us who are doing licensing, before we license, we monitor the compliance of that facility vis-a-vis the standards for the facility. We have also to monitor compliance to regulations. Of course, there are regulations which govern this sector. Issues with minimum stock requirements, which are supposed to be met by the licensee. For example, those who are doing importation, retailing, you are supposed to maintain a 10-day stock at any time T. So this should be one of the regulations. You are supposed to provide us with regular data. This is done, for example, the sales data for retailers, for importers, they're supposed to give us importation data. So all that is required. Also, we use it to generate money for regulatory activities. Now, this is part of, this money goes to the consolidated fund. It doesn't go to the commissioner. We issue a bank advice form. If there are fees applicable, you pay URA, then URA does the distribution of money. So it doesn't go to the department as per se. So I'll dwell more on this issue of approvals of petroleum facilities. There's been argument that Ministry of Energy, there's issue of mushrooming stations, but Ministry of Energy is responsible for the mushrooming stations. But this work is done by a number of stakeholders. And these stakeholders are key. And they will be, at the end of the day, as the commissioner said, we are not blaming anybody, but we need to change. Things should change. There should be an end of doing wrong things. Now, this process of licensing of petroleum facilities starts from the physical planning board. I'm sure under RAPEX, this board has been taken back to National Planning Authority. That's if I remember very well. That's where it has been taken. But now the issue of physical planning board, it does the zoning of this country. For example, in Lira City, they come and zone this area, these areas. They can put some areas to be commercial, some are going to be residential, and some areas are going to be industrial. So they demarcate the city under those three categories. Now, the obvious thing is there shouldn't be a station in residential areas. That should be the ideal. But maybe physical planning, you can ask yourself, is that happening? Is that what is happening on the ground? Now what they do, they hand over this plan to the respective local authority, in this case, Lira City, for implementation. Now the physical plan, I'm happy there are a number of physical planners here. The physical planners are responsible to implement this plan as given. Now there are two committees under local government. That should be the ideal. There should be a physical planning committee and a building committee. Now the building committee is supposed to issue a development permit. The development permit confirms that the petrol station is going not to be located in a residential area. It's going to not be located near a public facility, like a hospital. There are guidelines which have issued out. They are issued out by Physical Planning Board, and these are called, if you have not got copies, they are online. In fact, they are not guidelines, they are regulations. They are called the physical planning bracket, planning conditions for location of your stations, regulations 2022. So physical planners, are you following this guide? The guidance are saying petrol stations are supposed to be located 50 kilometers apart on one side of the road. Is it happening? If they are on opposite side, they're supposed to be 200 meters from the existing station. Stations are not supposed to be located. They're supposed to be 200 meters away from the roundabout. They are supposed to be away from public institutions, for example, hospitals. They're supposed to be about 200 meters also. Is that what is happening? Physical planners. Now, these are the things we need to think as we move on. Now, these are regulations, but what is happening now, in the country they are saying, if you make a mistake, it's not now, sometimes we used to say Attorney General is going to be sued. Nowadays, you are personally liable for your actions. That's what is happening. So if you do mistakes, I think we need to do better where we are doing wrong to improve on the issues of siting of stations. Siting of stations, the business of physical planners. It's not Minister of Energy. It's a business of, I want to emphasize this, business of siting stations. It's the work of physical planners. I want to give you a background. Previously, we had taken over that role as a ministry. Now, Minister of Local Government say, no, this is our mandate. It's not your mandate. We had requested, in fact, by then we are talking about 1 kilometer apart of a station. We had started implementing that. Later, they took it over. Now, that's your responsibility as physical planners. Siting of stations is your business. Now, you go to the next one is building committees. Now, this one is under the National Building Review Board. Now, the National Review Board is responsible for buildings in the country. In this process, this business of sitting, there used to be stamps. Everybody goes to cow, he stamps. He goes to health inspector, he stamps of the plans, the building plans. Now that business is over. They have a system which they are running. It's called the BIM, if I recall well, the Building Information Management System. That's what they are using. So an application for a building plan is supposed to be done online. And I'm advised they track also that system on if the application has delayed, so the applicant can also report the concerned party to that board. So that's what is happening. And the product is the building permit from that committee. From the physical planning committee, we get the development permit. From the building permit is the building permit. So those are the issues. Now there's another agency called the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Now this one is responsible for the occupational health and safety aspects of all installations. So usually you seek approval from there before you apply to us. So you have to have occupational health and safety certification from that ministry. Now Uganda National Bureau of Standards, you are aware, is the custodian of all standards in the country. So in liaison with them, we develop standards for all the installations pertaining downstream. We have standards for petrol stations, we have standards for filling stations, we have standards for service stations, we have standards for fuel depots, we have standards for LPG installations. All those are in place. And those are the marking guide we follow during the licensing process. The Environmental Management Authority, that's NEMA, they're responsible for environmental aspects of pertaining petroleum facility, of petroleum installations. Now for petroleum facilities, we are required to do a complete environmental impact assessment for all installations under downstream. We don't do project brief because our installations have adverse impact on the environment. If there are any spills, they have adverse effect to the environment. So that's why they have to go to do a detailed environmental impact assessment against the project brief. We have the Uganda National Roads Authority. Now these issues with national roads. The national roads I'm talking about now, the one from that place, Kadimi, is it Kadimi? Kadimi up to Arua. So that road is a national road. Now there are other roads which are going inside the other areas. Now those are local government roads. But for national roads, you are required to get approval for access. When you are building a station on the highway, so you have to get access permission from Uganda National Resource Authority. Now it's under Minister of Works, under RAPEX arrangement. Minister of Energy, those are details I'm going to show you on what we follow, but I've told you we give two free permits. One is Petroleum Facility Construction Permit, another one is a completion certificate, the last one is the business license, which is the petroleum operating license. Next. Now, procedures for Petroleum Facility Construction Permit. We have standard forms. Now, these are on our websites, and are also attached under the regulations. So if you Google, under our website, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, you can go to the regulations. Then you can pick the form from there, or you can pick one from the Commissioner's office. They're usually there. You fill it, then you do the following attachments. Now, these are the basic must-have documents. One, you have to be having land. In the land we are talking about, if you are doing a service station, the requirement is you have to have 1,600 square meter size of land. For a service station, now for a filling station, we require 900 square meters. That means 30 meters by 30 meters. But the frontage is a must be 30 meters. It's a must. Frontage, the front of the station. Now for a service station, it's supposed to be 1,600 meters squared. The frontage is a must be 40 square meters. I mean 40 meters. Now the difference between a filling station and a service station is a filling station is limited to filling vehicles, fuel. Now a service station has compatible business. I repeat, compatible businesses. Because I've seen some stations with hotels, with the, what are they called? With saunas. Those are not compatible businesses. I'm talking about compatible business like a restaurant, like a supermarket. Those are compatible businesses. So it should be, the size should be 1,600 square meters. Now, approved drawings from local authorities, those are what I've talked about, which comes alongside a building permit. Now, EIA is Environmental Impact Assessment Certificate from National Environment Management Authority. This can be issued to a company, that's a registered company, or an individual. So a registered company should show us that you have been registered by Uganda Registration Service Bureau. So it gives you the required certification that you are registered company. Then you have to also give us URA certification that you have registered for URA. If you are an existing company, you should show us that you have been paying taxes. In terms of, you have to present us a tax clearance certificate in that to meet that requirement. Then we also look at your financial capability. We don't want to give you a permit, then you start looking for money. You should show us that you are ready to do this investment. So you are required to present us a bank statement, or we can write to your bankers, request for a bank reference letter, indicating that you are financially capable to do that kind of investment. You're also required to give us a bit of quantities, which should be done by a certified quantity surveyor. The commissioner is also permitted, by the way, to hire a consultant to do that work on your behalf if your work is not satisfactory at your own expense. So if your figures are doubtable, the commission is allowed to employ somebody to carry out that work. For example, of quantifying, of coming up with a bit of quantities at your own expenses. So we expect you to do thorough work when you are doing your submissions. So what we do is don't do desk work. We come and inspect on the site, we evaluate, and then we write a report to the commissioner. Based on that, he can approve or disapprove. Lastly, once it's approved, we issue a bank advice form. Now these are fees you pay. The fees, applicable fees for the permits, we usually charge 0.1% of the project cost, of the total project cost. If you are looking at the project is 500 million, 0.1% of that is how much? It's about 500,000. So that's what you pay. That's mega money, that's small money. So you pay to URA, not to commissioner. That BAF, bank advice form, is for URA. So that's how the process is. Then later we issue the permit. That's the process. Now, the other aspect, that's the second stage, is the completion certificate. As I've told you, the purpose of this is to confirm that your facility has met the standards for that facility in question. Remember, we have standards which we have already done with UNBS, in conjunction with UNBS. So that's our marking scheme. We told us we are going to construct a station on 30 meters by 30 meters size of land. Now, when you reach there on the site, you have used 20 by 30. So that's, you don't qualify. We don't give you a completion certificate. We told you, you have gone against our standards. So you are disapproved on that, at that stage. The other issue is we also require you to, these are some of the requirements, you are required to submit an engineer's report from a certified engineer. Mind you, when you present us a building permit, it has indicated the engineers we are going to use. So we expect you to present a certified report on works done by that very engineer. There shouldn't be any change unless otherwise, but that's the requirement. Now, in that report, you are supposed to show us the link detection report should be part of it. Because now we are sinking these tanks at the petrol station deep in the soil. So we need to confirm that these tanks don't link. So it's mandatory that that very engineer owns his works. We have got stories, we have seen things happening. It was in somewhere in western Uganda where somebody installed tanks underground, and the stations have been operating for some time, about 20 years. So this station has been having leakages. Now, one time, this fuel flew downstream to a water stream somewhere in the village where people are picking fuel, where they are picking water from. So when they picked water, they saw some fuel in it. They were wondering what was happening. Immediately, politicians got to know. They reported our minister that, you know what, there must be oil in our area, in our region. So the minister, as the politicians know how they behave, so the minister had to commission a team to go and check what was happening. Is there oil? They thought they had made a discovery. So when we reached, immediately we realized there was a station upstream. And we said they should let us first check on these stations before we move on the details of drilling and the rest. So when we asked this man, he told us, you know what, I've been losing fuel. In fact, I was sacked over 20 managers. I thought they are stealing fuel from this station. And then the other engagement was probably thought it was a ghost, maybe taking the fuel. So in other words, later we discovered that there was a leakage from that station. It was making losses. So that's why we introduced this requirement for leak detection to avoid adverse effect. Just imagine how much ecosystem was affected in that process. So that's now the requirement. Now we also required that person who is certifying the report to have an engineer's practicing certificate to confirm that he's not a quack engineer. Then of course you do calibration of tanks to confirm that the tanks which you have installed are of a given volume and they have been certified by Uganda National Bureau of Standards. I think my colleague will talk you through metrology part of it. Now also you present some photographs, 4 photographs, for us to have a preliminary evaluation. Because some stations are very far. I mean, why do I dispatch a team to move to Gulu when I'm seeing visibly from the pictures that are presented, the station is not yet completed. So it can help me to do preliminary evaluation before we dispatch a team to do inspection, site inspection. Next, now this is the business license I was talking about. The commissioner has already elaborated about the operations in the sector, and those are the operations. I will dwell more on processing. Some people do processing. Their processing is also part of petroleum operations. There are issues to do with the blending. Some people buy base oil from Dubai, they process it, they make lubricants. They make engine oil. So that's the processing we're talking about. Now some people are doing ethanol, blending of ethanol with the biodiesel, with what? With alcohol. So that blending process is also processing with petrol. So it's also processing. So all those activities are the downstream activities the commission was talking about. The process is the same. You get a form, standard form. Then this is issued to the company. You have to present us the certifications from Uganda Service Registration Bureau. You have to present us a tax clearance certificate from URA. For foreign companies, you are required to present us a Uganda Investment Authority license. Now for importers, you are supposed to show us that you have access to a third-party depot, or you have a depot. So that's where you're going to keep the other requirements, the 10 days stock requirements for licensee. So you have to show us that you have access to a depot. Of course, you have to show us a business plan, how you intend to do your business. And then for existing facilities, you do what you call environmental audits. Or for a new facility, you have to show us that you have an environmental impact assessment certificate. And this goes hand in hand with completion certificate for a facility. If it's a station, at this stage you are applying for a petroleum retailing license. So you have to present us a completion certificate, which has been issued in the previous process. Next. Now these are additional things. Of course, you present to us, we present you a BAF, advice form, to pay to URA once it's approved, your application is approved. Then passport photos for directors. There have been issues to do with the mafias in the industry. So we request you for your passport photos in case of we need to trace you for security purposes. So we present us those passport photos for directors. We inspect and evaluate. Next. Now there are issues to do with licensing, which have been very common in other workshops who have attended. Issues have been being raised. The issues of transfer of licenses. That's a very big challenge in the sector. Today, our monitoring team is in Lira. We find this station at location X is branded as Total. Now, after 3 months, the same team comes, finds the station at location X has changed the hands to Vivo or to Starbucks. Now, that's a challenge. The requirement, the law requires you to apply for transfer of license. We inform the commissioner on the issues of change of ownership. So in other words, mandatory, if there are anything to do transfer of ownership, transfer of licenses, you are required by law to apply for, to inform or to apply for the transfer of licenses. The other issues, major modification. Their transition, their station is a filling station. Now it wants to become a service station. Of course, the issues are the size has to change from 900 square meter to 1,600 square meter. So that's a major modification. So that one also requires an approval from the commissioner. People nowadays, they just do what they wish, but you are required to apply for a permit to do that. Decommissioning, somebody is tired of it. I've seen some stations here in Lira town. Somebody has abandoned it. I think that's that road. Just abandons. He leaves it. It becomes a challenge, a security challenge. The commission is not in the know. In the database, we know that station is operating. Yet it was already decommissioned. So it's not operating. So now my colleague will take you through the decommissioning process, but that you are required to inform the commissioner prior to decommissioning. Now, these trading licenses to petroleum facilities by local authorities, that has been a challenge. People are reporting local governments that you are charging petrol stations, I mean filling stations in particular, trading licenses. By law, that's not required. The Petroleum Supply Act revoked those trading licenses against the filling stations. I'm saying filling stations. But service stations, you are required to pay trading license for those additional services you are offering. The restaurant, the, what is it called? The other one is what? Supermarket, so you need to pay trading license. But for a filling station, you are not required by law to pay trading licenses. Next, now these are the fees applicable. There are smaller fees, and this money goes to the consolidated fund. It's the one which is funding hospitals. It doesn't go to the petroleum sectors per se. It's the one funding schools under UPE, under USE. So these are the fees. 3 million for importation, and it's valid for 10 years. Exportations, 1 million, valid for 10 years. You can see there are very minimum fees. Retail is 1 million, valid for 5 years. It's for per outlet. If you have 10 outlets, you have to get 1 million times 10. So it becomes 10 million. Don't say you apply for once per outlet. A license is specific to outlet. A permit is specific to an outlet. Now storage is 3 million for 10 years, as you can now, and the other applicable fees. What I was talking about is the issues of petroleum permit, petroleum facility construction permit is 0.1% of the total project cost. And you're required to do the construction works within 5 years. Beyond 5 years, you have to reapply for the permit. For transfers, you pay half the fees. If the station, you are transferring the station from Vivo to Total, you inform the commissioner, evaluates your application, then you pay half of the fees if the license is still valid. So 1 million divided by 2, you pay 500,000 shillings. Challenges. Now, these are the challenges we are facing as licensing entities. Lack of awareness of licensing regime by stakeholders. This has been the argument. But Commissioner have done a number of sensitization in these areas. In fact, here we are coming up. This year we are coming. This is the second time? No, last year we are here. Now we are coming this year again. So this is not now an issue. Everybody is aware of this process. Local government is aware, even the players are aware, so we have done our part on that side. Now, issues of standards, that's not an argument. We have done sensitization all through, and people are aware of the standards now. What you are doing, you do it for. You are doing it because you are doing it because you want to do it. But everybody is aware of the standards. Now, lack of collaboration with stakeholders, some local government. Now, the local governments I'm talking about are the ones who have not come for this workshop. But for you, you are complying with all the requirements. Of course, as an entity in the government, we're having challenges of budget. We don't have budget, but we are struggling. We do our work. In fact, evaluation right now, we are doing it within the required 15 days. In fact, the required is we are supposed to do it within 30 days. But the turnaround, we are able to evaluate the process within 15 days at most. At least by then, you should have got your permit or license. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Deason. Another hand of applause to him for that presentation. And let's move on to the next one about standards. A presentation from Mr. Dean Tashobia. You take notes as they present. You may be interested in joining the business. This is a free information for you to take on for the future. Thank you, Mr. Dean.
Good morning once again. My name is Dean Tashobia. Those who are not in yet, I work with the Ministry of Energy as a Principal Petroleum Officer in charge of standards. So we shall go to look at standards in this downstream. And I think when teams come to your facilities, they talk about standards, and some of you are not aware Some of you know partly, but you don't know where to get them, or you don't know the science behind them. Or maybe your employer who gave you the station manager position did not tell you about these things. But you need to be aware because you operate in this industry. Can move on. So what are standards? Okay, that is the overview. We shall just move through. You can continue. So what are standards, basically? These are documents that provide the guidelines, all the requirements or the specifications of, let's say, products, processes, and services. If, for example, for products, if it is gasoline or PMS, how should it look like? What is the composition? Here you are talking about now the limits, the quantities, okay? If it is, for example, sulfur, how much should be there? What is the minimum? Okay? Those are the things we should be looking at. Even for the other petroleum products like lubricants, okay? How much should the viscosity be? Okay? Yes. And also for infrastructure, for example, if it is a station, what should be the size of the tanks? What should be the material? Are you going to make a tank from any material? No. Okay? So all those things are specified in the standards document. Okay? So you will have the standard, it will tell you the composition, it will tell you the limits, it will also tell you how to do certain things. Okay? For example, if you are measuring fuel in the tank, you don't just get a dipstick and just measure, okay? There is a process. And if you look at those standards, they are there. If you want to install a tank, there is a process, okay? Those processes are there. So it gives you that measure, the minimum, okay, across the industry. If it is, let's say, I'm going to use companies, let's say it is Furex or Starbucks or Shell, there is a minimum you are supposed to meet across the board, okay? It doesn't mean that you cannot have the extras. No, you can have, but there is a benchmark, the minimum, where you have to operate, okay? So in other words, if you see the last bullet there, the consistency across the sector, yes, it should be there. Continue. So we have different standards and they cover different scopes. You can see we have products or petroleum products. We have the standards, whether it is diesel, whether it is gas, whether it is paraffin, whether it is jet fuel. All of them are there. Okay, and they are available, you can access them. You have the equipment, you can see the different, whether you have trucks. I don't know if your trucks, you check if they comply. You can start with those ones. You can see the pumps, you can see the cylinders, you can see even the gas stoves, which you sell. So you can see for facilities, you can see the stations, you can see the depots, you can see the storages for LPG. So all these standards are available and they will tell you how to do these things and how they should be, the limits, where should you construct them, and how you should operate them. Okay? And they even tell you, even if you are to audit your own processes, they will tell you how to check whether your equipment or facility or products is in compliance with the set limits. Continue. So we have different types of standards. You have performance standards. How does the product perform? Those are there. You have prescriptive, which can say characteristics of the product, for example. You have the design. If it is a tank, how should it be? How should it be designed? Okay. You have management. I'm sure some of them have the quality policies and so on. Some of you have in place these things. Then you have service standards. If you are providing a service, how should it be? Okay? You have had this, for example, in UCC, the telephone. Drops, you are not supposed to drop the call. Okay? If somebody is providing a network for you, if you are calling somebody else, the call should not drop. Okay? Yes, you should be able to talk and you complete without. That is an example of a service standard. Okay? Continue. And there are levels. For example, you have companies, I'm sure. Sometimes you will find a company has its standard. It is in that scope of the company. Okay? Let's say Shell or Total or Starbucks or Fuelex, it will have its standard. Okay? But that is for a company. Then you have for national, now that is for like Uganda as a country, we have standards. Okay, we can say the fuel stations must meet these standards. And they put it as a country. And you have to comply. Then we have for regional, you know we are part of the region, East African region. So we can agree at the East African level as partner states that across board we should have the standard for stations, it should look like this. So we all meet and agree on one. So what does that mean? It means you are trying to stop the barriers to trade, that you can take your petrol to Kenya, Kenya can take its petrol to Uganda, you can take to Burundi and so on. The operation is uniform. Of course now you know there is the Greater Africa, okay? Those standards are also available, so that if you want to take something to Cameroon, you don't need to first go through the hard or whatever, no. They know what you want, you know what they want. Okay, it's just a matter of reading, seeing the standards, say, okay, they want this, let me make my product as it is supposed to be. So when you reach at the Cameroon airport, nobody will stop you that you are bringing this lubricant, because it doesn't mean, because you already have the standards. Okay, so that's, you can see how they promote trade, access to market. Then there is at the international level where all countries meet and they agree that, okay, if it's this product, for example, you know there is at the World Trade Organization, okay? You have seen the facilitation of trade between the international, the greater global market. I mean, if you are in US, how do you send the product to Uganda? If you are in Uganda, how do you send the product to US or UK? Okay, how do you meet those standards? So countries meet and they make sure they have the uniform standard. They agree on what to have, the levels of quality. Okay? Continue. So we can see, as I was talking, fair trade. Okay? Once you have a unit, a base, a benchmark of operations, so you know the trading can be fair. Yeah? Nobody is victimizing the other, and you have uniform operations. Then standards though are used to detect also things like dumping, the infrastructure quality, and somebody can audit and see that, okay, you have dumped fuel somewhere. Yes, you can come to the station and check the fuel you have and say, no, this is not the fuel that was imported. You have added something. Okay? Yeah. So losses to consumers, you have seen that cutting corners sometimes can bring some of those issues. For example, if it is a station, there is a way an electrical system is supposed to be done. If you cut corners and whatever, and there is a spark and your station catches fire, it will be a loss. Okay? Or if you are operating and you don't invest in fuel tankers, you just buy a water tank and put it on a canter and it is the one transporting your fuel. If an accident happens or something happens, you will be at a loss. Then we have, he talked about the leakages, and you can see some of your tanks, I'm sure. If you excavate them, you will find they are rusty, so on, they are corroded, and some of them, they are leaking fuel to the environment, okay? So all those risks are mitigated. Continue. And there is a health issue, by the way. If you look at the standards, they will tell you, they will go an extra mile of telling you about the safety at the station. How are your workers protected at the station? Okay? Do you just inhale the fumes all the time? Because if you are 100 cars come to your station every day, how much of the fumes will you inhale? How are you protected? Okay? Those are the issues. Then guidance. If you, even yourself, you are auditing your systems, you will follow the standard and say, okay, do I have this? Okay? Even when somebody is, let's say, you have purchased your fuel, okay? They will come with documentation and say, okay, what is the quality of this fuel? Okay? If I put in my machines and whatever the equipment, what is the quality, what comes out? You already have a guiding document. And even the evaluators, when they come, the teams of enforcement, when they come, okay, they will check, and they have their labs, and they will check against those limits, and they will tell you whether you comply or not. Then we talked about value addition. They tell you how to do things, okay? They give you some knowledge on how to do things, so you are able to add value when you are doing your stuff. Then they lower the cost of production, okay? If you don't have a benchmark, everyone will try to meet his own stuff. But once you have a benchmark, we know that, yes, the investment, the benchmark investment is nearly the same, okay? Just imagine you have put a station of, let's say, 100 million, okay? And I come nearby, I put a small pump of 5 million, and we are trading in the same product. You see how you distort the trade? So minimally you should have, there should be a benchmark. You can go an extra mile of having your premium construction and whatever, but there must be a benchmark, okay? Where there is the cost of production at least is not distorted. Then issues to consumer. I'm sure if everyone here went to the supermarket to buy sugar, you will start pinpointing at a certain brand, okay? There is a reason why. Because you trust that brand. You trust the quality. That's why you see the same. If I want to take fuel, where do I go? If you drive your car, do you want to take it to somebody who is adding something in the fuel? No. You want to be sure that, yes, if I take to station X, it is a guarantee that my car is not affected. Okay? Continue. So we go for the development process. Of course, to have a standard, there must be a need. You can't just develop a standard that's, okay, let me develop and put there. But who is going to use it? You have spent resources. You also want to recover these resources. And you also want to be accountable, because you don't spend resources for nothing. There must be a need. And the need can either come in many ways, okay? It may be from the stakeholders, any of the stakeholders. It can be the regulators, it can be from the consumers, it can be from the traders themselves, okay? You may, for example, want to import a certain product, but you find that there is no standard. So when you reach the border, you ask and we say, but this, so for you to put it on market, it must be meeting some criteria. So the regulators will be forced now to say, okay, how do we develop a standard for this product? Okay? So that is how the proposal stage comes in. There is a need. And of course, when you propose, They prepare. There's, I mean, somebody has to do some research and do some, there is a bit of work to see that there is a skeleton of where to start from, okay? Then there is a committee stage. Now this is where the different stakeholders come in, experts, other interested parties, researchers, they come in to shape up what you are trying to do. How does the document look like? The same as you develop policies, okay? You have a skeleton, but people have to discuss, the experts on these areas. They have to discuss those documents to make sure that you are not differentiating anybody and everyone is satisfied. Then there is an inquiry stage. Here you have developed your skeleton of the documents, you have this, the drafts, you have to put it to the greater public because not everyone will convene for those committees, okay? So we will find it that it is distributed widely up to the international stakeholders because trade is not limited only to Uganda, okay? So you are importing petroleum products from across the globe, so they have also to know what you are trying to put in place. So that they can also guide or put up what they think is right to have. Then there is approval stage. Of course, once you have done the inquiry, then you meet and discuss all these comments and information that you have collected. Then the approval stage, that means that you have done your work well. Then your experts now, they need to do what? To approve what you have done. Of course, as a country, we have the different stages, okay? And there are committees, there is a council which approves the standards. You have to go there and present and say that, yes, this was done. Then they also question you to make sure that everything is thorough and it was done as required. Okay, and then also you know, we have also the attorney generals, and so they have to look into this to make sure that they are not differentiating anything as to anybody as a country. Then once they have been approved, then they can be published. So once published, then you can also acquire them. Okay, we shall see how do you acquire them. Okay, thank you. So who participates? All the stakeholders. As you can see, at every stage, stakeholders are involved. There are some experts in the field. You will find that these concerned parties, even these NGOs will come. If you are dealing with these products, they will say no. For example, let's say for a station, they will say no, our kids are studying from here, you can't put a station near the what? The school. So all those things are considered. Okay, somebody will say, but how can a fuel tanker carry such amount of fuel? What if there is a problem on the road? If it explodes, what will happen? Okay, so those tankers you see, they don't have that capacity by mistake. No, those capacities are evaluated, and the different people contribute. If, for example, you have a fire expert, he will know how much of the fire extinguishers capacity you will have on a fuel truck to be able to contain a fire. Okay, so that's why you see a truck will have maybe 3 extinguishers. Okay, but all those come in by the different experts contributing to that work. Okay, you have consumers. I mean, you have your car. You have bought your car, you have taken fuel X, fuel Y, and it is responding differently, okay? So how will you make sure that you have a benchmark which does not affect cars, okay? Where you can go with car X, car Y, and you take the fuel and it has no problem to all of them. You get that from consumers, okay? Because you have been taking that fuel. Then you have producers. I am producing a certain lubricant or a certain fuel, okay? I know what I'm putting there, isn't it? So I would like that to be captured. in the regulations and in the processes. Okay? Because if it is captured, people will know what I'm producing. And the consumer will also be at ease when he's consuming that product. Continue. So we have different standards. You can see we have product standards, the fuel standards, different gasoline. We even have branded. You know that very soon we shall start branding. I'm sure the OMCs know. We have the standards in place. We have kerosene, LPG, and so on. Actually, if you are a consumer, you can ask, or even you are a retailer, you can ask, yes, do these meet these standards if you want to buy? Okay? Even when I'm a consumer, you can ask you at the station, does your fuel meet this standard? Okay? Yeah. Move on. Yeah, you can see even for marine, aviation, these planes you see, they consume the fuel which has been tested against these standards. Continue. Then you have lubricants, all the different lubricants, whether it is industrial or automotive. They are all petroleum products. Okay? So they comply to certain standards. Continue. We have infrastructure, you have the depots, you have the fuel stations, all of them comply to actually, if I was, for example, at the district level, I would be curious to go around and ask my business people who are trading in this area whether they comply. It is part of awareness. You will also be doing some awareness to your people. Continue. Yeah, that is, for example, that is for infrastructure. How should a station be? Okay? There are minimum requirements you should meet at the station. Okay? You had the licensing part talking about the roads, how many meters to the, for example, schools, to the other infrastructure around. How should it be? Some of you find the station is in a corner. You are driving but entering, you cannot look behind and see in the mirror. Some of you, your stations have lights flashing in the main road. Okay? And you can cause an accident because of that. So you need to acquire those standards and see if, and these limits are not set by mistake, no. Somebody doesn't just sit and know. They are tested. Yes. Continue. So, what are the consequences of taking, for example, bad fuel? You can see the corrosion you can have in your tanks. Some of you who drive and also those who are driven, the drivers can say we are going for service every time you are saying, but do you service every week? But some of that comes from this. Okay? Maybe you want cheap stuff, you are buying the fuel sold in bottles. Those are the consequences. Okay? Continue. Yeah, have you seen some of these in our areas? Okay. Some of you, if you looked under your car, you will find like the first picture there. Oils there and whatever, and somebody says it is normal. It's not normal. There is something wrong. Okay? You are behind a bus and you see the exhaust, it's like that. It's not normal. Remember, it is affecting the environment, it is affecting you. It is also a loss to the person who invested in the bus. I'm sure if you visit the garage, you find many engines there dumped there. The engine parts corroded. But those are the issues. So the cost becomes very high. What you would have invested in a certain business, you are incurring to repair your vehicles and cater for our health. Okay? Continue. Yeah. This is Uganda, by the way. All these pictures. There is no imported picture here. Yes, this is Uganda. This is, but it doesn't. Having them here doesn't mean that we are doing badly. No. If we are doing badly, you would get many incidences of such kind. Okay? Because you see, you cannot, it's like vehicles on the road. However much you try to say, let's reduce accidents, but you will not reduce to zero. Okay? Yes, there are some times where you find that, yes, the month goes, there is zero, but not all the time it will be zero. Something may happen. Okay? We are not saying that a petrol tank have to have an accident, it may be a cause of negligence. No, you may meet all the requirements, but something happens along the road and you will get an accident. So it's not that whatever you see here, they were not meeting standards, but I'm trying to show you that we do as much as possible to reduce the risks and dangers. Okay, continue. Yeah, and I think this one has been in this area for some days. A story which has been happening here, either Lira or Arua recently, of construction of a station either in wetland and something like that. And even when you see, you can see some buildings behind. You see the proximity. Yes, so that is much as they were just concerned to the wetland, but there are also other issues. Continue. Yeah, you can see if, for example, on a highway, how do you create barriers that somebody doesn't, if a car gets an accident, doesn't land in your station? Okay? All those ones, you will get the specifications from the standard. Yes. Continue. Yeah, you can see, you will go and buy your storage facility, your storage tank, and within a few years or a few months, it will start corroding. Okay? And what happens? You will incur another cost. But simply because you did not obey from the beginning of complying with the standards. So some of these things you must minimize by adhering to the standards. Continue. So how do we access the standards? We know that UNBS is the custodian of standards, and it goes for each country. Each country you see on this, the global world has an institution that is in charge of standards. That's how they are designed. So in Uganda, it is UNBS, okay? That is in charge, so you can go there and on its website, it has directions. You can get the standards from there. You can even when you type in Google, it will take you there if you get the standard you want. Then they have an oil and gas catalog. All the standards are listed there. You can just check what you want. You can even go to their headquarters. They have an information center there. You can go and ask. And there is also a toll-free line there. Even when you come to the ministry, most of you come, you say, I want a license, okay? And when you are giving you feedback, we direct you, go and acquire this and this standard, okay? Because at the end of it all, each sector has experts, okay? If there is any problem in the downstream, we are supposed to answer. Okay? We are like the backbone. Even advising the president, whatever the cabinet, they will say, okay, we want you to advise on this. This has happened. A station has caught fire. What is it? Can you give what exactly happened? Did you go there and audit and see the origin of what happened, for example? Okay? So you are supposed, as experts, we are supposed to give you, to be at the top, okay, in answering some of these questions. I think that's all. Maybe the last message is you as stakeholders, you are supposed to keep the people informed, make sure you keep people involved, and you keep people interested in this sector, and then you keep people inspired, because if you do good things, then you will have all these goals met. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. I think we shall have one more presentation before we take a break. Let's have that presentation from Mr. Edward with regards to enforcement. Mr. Edward, please.
Good morning once again. I'm going to take you through enforcement. I'm Nwamanya Edward, Principal Petroleum Officer in charge of monitoring and inspection. I'm going to take you through compliance to petroleum laws, regulations, and standards. That's the table of contents. Next. The objectives. Here, the major objective of enforcement is to ensure that the downstream petroleum sector complies with the regulatory framework by observing the Petroleum Supply Law. We have Petroleum Supply Act 2003 as amended. Then we have regulations, 2 of them, and another one is in offing. Then the other one we also have to ensure that the public is safe from operations of downstream operations. We also protect the health of the public. We also ensure that the environment is protected and not destroyed. Next. We have enforcement is going to take us through 3 stages. We have a stage of entry into the downstream sector. Then there is a stage of operation where you stay. You stay in the sector as you do your business or as you work. Then the last stage is when you plan to exit the sector. This information we are giving you is going to assist us, to assist all of us to enforce or to make sure that people who are in the sector illegally can even be checked by you yourselves. That's why we are bringing this information. Not that you people, you are doing bad, but there are people who are doing bad outside there. So we are giving you information. You, the public, take it, keep it on your heart, and when you see something is developing, you can ask them some of these questions. So at entry, Mr. Chiguri told us that the basic backbone is having land. Do you have adequate size of land? Which is 30 by 30 maybe. You can ask that one by yourselves. If you say a developer, you can ask, my friend, do you have this size of land? So those are some of the questions. You can create those questions and then you'll be using them. And you also enforce. Then you will ask also, do you have plans? Do you have an environmental impact assessment for this project you are working on? Have you visited physical planning board to get a permit? Yeah, those are some of the things. Now, has Ministry of Energy given you a construction permit? Are you constructing in line with available standards? Those are some of the questions. Now, I'm phrasing them in form of questions, so that when you see things which are developing within your area, you also take interest in them. Because in the Bible, in a certain book of Hosea, it says that people get destroyed because of lack of information. So, but once you have this information, you will not be a culprit to some of those issues that would be coming from the public. Next. Then the other objective is to ensure that This is during operations. Now you have acquired all the other business licenses, and now you are ready to do your business. So we'll ask you to show us if you have a license. Have you been licensed to carry out your operations? If you have been licensed, it means you have a license. And this license comes from Ministry of Energy. And among other conditions of that license is that it should be well displayed in your office. Whoever comes in should be able to see it. But if you go to an office and you don't see it, you can ask. Then the other thing is that during operations, you also ensure that you protect the environment, that the environment is not destroyed, the safety of people, and the operations are in good order. So we also want to ensure that you promote compliance. Is to ensure that you promote fair competition. Are you doing business in a fair way? Are you outcompeting others by either marking them by not having like standards? If like we are looking at oil interceptor, do you have an oil interceptor? Because having an oil interceptor is an expense. But if you want to ignore it, then you are working on things which will create such a confusion. Then we also look at issues that are unfavorable to other to business practices that compromise on petroleum standards. So if we find that you are doing that, we are able to take you on, and then we'll ask you many questions, and the end may not be good. Next. Then other issues leading to enforcement during operations is like when you find you with an unauthorized marker. This marker, you'll get more information about it in the next presentation. It's a product that is used to mark petroleum products to differentiate it from other petroleum products that are illegal. Then the other issue is tampering. If you tamper with a seal or you break it, which has been placed on your facility, either to stop you from working for issues related to non-compliance with the laws or standards, then enforcement will come in and take action. There are also our colleagues in the industry who bypass sealed facilities. Don't ask me how, but when you see them, you'll know that this is now a bypass. You'll find another nozzle, which is pressed on another nozzle, which is intended to bypass this one and then dispense petroleum products. That is after that person has been sealed or enforced on. Then there are also colleagues that fail to pay marking fees. These are prescribed under the law, and we'll get the information in the next presentation. Other issues leading to enforcement, we look at there's like an issue of minimum stock. All operators are required under the law to maintain a minimum of 10-day stock. So if we find you without it, we'll ask you, and then you'll have to explain why you are not having that requirement in place. Then the other one is where we find you violating the quantity that is dispensed in respect of what you have displayed on the price board. You find a person, you like give a person 5,000, instead of giving you 1 liter, he gives you half a liter. So that one becomes a violation. And it can lead to, and normally we get that information from the public. There is also another issue where our industry players prohibit officers from carrying out their mandate of inspecting and monitoring the station. So that one becomes an issue and can lead to severe consequences. Next. Then the other issue, if it comes to the attention of the ministry, and we are told that you are smuggling, we also take action, first by identifying the smuggled product, and then we see how to handle you or to take you on by stopping you from operating. Then another requirement under the law is that we are supposed to have information submitted to the ministry. That is data on sales and purchases. So this information is supposed to be given, and if you don't give it, we can ask you to comply. There are also other people who repeatedly fail to comply with the requirements of the law, of the Petroleum Supply Act. Those ones also lead to action, which is mainly a compliance action on you. Next. Now, exit from the industry. This is the last stage. You entered, you complied, you operated, you had all your businesses, and now it's time to, it's like actually retiring from service. So here, they are retiring from business. So they are supposed to decommission. That's what Mr. Chiguri talked about. They are supposed to decommission, and in this case, you are supposed to inform the commissioner about your intention. This one has to be in writing. You state what you intend to do, and commissioner will advise you what you are going to follow. Like Mr. Dean told you, you are not supposed to leave issues. Was it Mr. Dean or Mr. Chiguri? That you are not supposed to leave your facilities open, because those facilities can become a den of a place where thieves can come and start harassing the neighborhood, or they can be like if you look at, like, say, an oil interceptor. If it is opened, it becomes a manhole where playing kids or animals can easily fall and get injured. So you have to remove those facilities and restore the place. Next. Sanctions. If you fail to comply, what happens? If you have a license, it can be revoked. But after serving you a default notice. 2, we can also follow your case in courts of laws. If you become a habitual offender, then we can take you. That is if you have a license. And if you don't have a license, you have entered the industry illegally. We can also, will not go on the first one, we'll take you on from the second one. We'll take you to court. And in this case, the court, any officer here, present here, can take any person who is constructing illegally. You say, we found you operating illegally, you do not visit physical planning board, you do not go to our council to get use of safety.
The touch of your hand makes my pulse react. That it's only the thrill of boy meeting girl, opposites attract. It's physical, only logical. You must try to ignore that it to me. If I tend to look dazed, I read it someplace. I've got cause to be. There's a name for it. There's a phrase that is. But whatever the reason, you do it for me. Oh, what's love got to do? It's got to do with it. What's love but a second-hand emotion?
If the government of Uganda cares about your health and the health of your fuel business or the health of your automobiles, wonder no more. The FMP program is testament to this fact. The government of Uganda, through the Fuel Marking and Quality Monitoring Program, is controlling and monitoring the quality of petroleum products in the entire supply chain in Uganda. The FMP program, which is guided by the Fuel Marking Regulations 2009, is implemented under a cooperative arrangement between the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and the Uganda National Bureau of Standards in collaboration with oil marketing companies to offer you consumer quality assurance and protection, to monitor the quality of imported products, and to provide linkages with other downstream petroleum activities like development petroleum standards, and to provide linkages with other downstream petroleum activities like calibration and bulk measures, among others.
When these trucks bring in fuel, we do random sampling. Under circumstances where we find a product is not meeting the required standards, we always seize we are advised to seize the trucks, because when a product is substandard, it must be brought to standard.
Once the fuel truck enters the yard, it has to make sure that it's in the dipping slab. A dipping slab is a leveled place where we can dip the fuel clearly. And they bring the papers to our offices, to our site supervisor.
I received this paper from the supervisor, who allocates by writing my name, the truck which is on the slab. Then after receiving, I got the slab. I confirm if the paper is for the right truck which is there.
From there, the supervisors make sure that the physical papers handed over to him matches the truck that is in the dipping slab. After that, once everything is okay, he signs the truck to the next available marking technician, who then goes on top of the truck to check for fuel dips, densities, temperatures, for us to be able to ascertain exactly the amount of fuel that is in each compartment and the exact fuel type that the driver is coming, vis-a-vis what the papers declare. Then he hands over this document together with all other documents, which are the calibration chart, the bill of lading, and the exit note, to the customer service dispatcher. This is the point whereby the customer service dispatcher enters this information into the Asikuda system.
Today we are looking at how we monitor the quality of fuel at various stations. We have a mobile unit, a mobile laboratory, where we prepare these samples and put in the machine to run. We picked a sample of diesel from a pump that was serving. We prepared the sample in the sample cell. We put it in the sample chamber of the machine and commanded the machine to start testing. The testing takes 3 minutes. So after 3 minutes, it gave us the result, and the result was pass. We picked a sample of diesel and mixed it with 50% paraffin, and the result failed by 46%. This process of monitoring begins from the border. When the fuel destined for Uganda reaches the border, we check its quality compared to the loading documents. When we reach a petrol station and we find the concentration of the marker which was applied at the border has changed, has reduced, then we seal off your premises, your pumps, we stop you from sealing. The aim of this exercise is to ensure that customers buy fuel which is of good quality.
Ensure that the product which are put in the vehicles of the public meet the standard. We are able to achieve a compliance of 99.3% compared to when the product. So the main things are quality assurance, with respect to the standard, and also to ensure that all the companies, the product they are selling, they have met the taxes which they are supposed to pay. We are over 80%, monitoring every retail station, testing the product.
Our ICT department has developed an information management system specifically to manage the verification of these road tanks, which has greatly improved our turnaround time, although we still have other interventions in the area of ICT to get better service delivery. It's capable of registering the clients. We are able to register the clients. We are able to register the trucks and associate them with their owners. We are also able to do verification that when we pick the raw data from the calibration rig, we are able to input in the system, and it has been given the instructions to follow based on the bulk measures law, and give us a certificate, which soon we shall be able to have the public access, and the quantities that we establish here are available for use at the different places. This is the UNBS calibration rig. The rig started the operations in 2008 after the law that regulates the calibration of those equipment came in force in 2007. Before taxation, we need to know what quantity is being taxed. And the only way we can know is by having a certified measure. And the calibration rig is the facility where we do establish the volumes that are on those trucks. That helps us also, it helps the fuel marking program, because then we know what volumes are being marked and we can match with the marker and get the right concentrations. After that, this is the same volume that is delivered to the fuel depots. And at the fuel depot, the manager who is receiving the product needs to know whether what has been declared is actually arriving there. These are the measures that we use that these people also use in that place to establish that the quantities have been delivered. So in essence, we give that confidence that the measurement has been delivered is right.
This is the UNBS calibration and verification rig. The calibration and verification of bulk measures and bulk meters. They are calibrated and standardized by the National Metrology Laboratory at Nakawa. They are sealed for tamper-proof and also issued with calibration certificates valid for 1 year. The term of calibration or verification has been filled up to the standard mark. That medium is carefully transferred into the instrument being calibrated. After that, the resultant depth of that volume is taken and standardized, meaning that instrument becomes a measure. a bulk measure used for verification of volumes at a given time. For example, this truck has 8 compartments. The verification and calibration is done at every compartment independently. For example, this is compartment number 8, filled with a medium of verification, and we apply this compound which reacts with water, and when it contacts water it changes color, therefore helping us find out the depth of the medium. They are constructed with landing plates where the dipstick lands, and access manholes for filling and easy dipping. Once a truck does not have those, it fails on examination and referred for repair, such that it's not an ordinary tanker, but now a measure, a bulk measure that is accepted internationally.
That is every 6 months, we do it once. On a dispenser like this one, we should be able to identify the type of the dispenser. The totalizer, usually we take it together with the manager. I will go ahead to check the pump for its what we call meteorological characteristics and how it is presented. For example, I should be able to check and see if there is any leakage in the pump. I should be able to check the seals. But the last time it was verified if the seal intact and everything is fine, there is no leakage. Yeah. I even check and see if the pump is running. Yes, but it's pressurizing and there is no leakage anywhere. Go ahead and check this side also. AGO, Agua or diesel, it's the diesel pump. Well marked here, but also the sticker here, which differentiates it from this side. So, having taken the totalizer, then usually there are 3 times that we do the verification according to different speeds. The low speed, the medium speed, and then the high speed. We do the slow speed and finish it at that speed. Then we shall also have the medium speed at that speed until we do all the volume, and then the high speed. Use that very speed. The price, when you multiply this by this, you'll be able to give us that. As far as we are concerned in the law, the statutory instrument we are using, it gives us a range of minus 0.5 and plus 0.5, somewhere there. Our fuel is here, meaning it is within the range, acceptable range. All constants, they're the same, and they're within the range. Then I'll be able to write a sticker like this one here, like it is written up here. Which month I have come? We are in May now. It's a demonstration, May. Like this time, this was verified then in January, in the year 2018. So after 6 months, not touch the seal. This is what we call the measuring unit. This part here. It's the one which does the measuring of the fuel dispenser. Since everything is okay, we have not touched our seal, not broken it. It is intact, but I will be able to record it here in the book for the serial number. It's here. LM, meaning legal metrology, that's the department. UNBS, legal metrology, the serial number 028238. So each seal and each measuring unit has a unique number. This is where the adjustments, either to decrease or increase, like you can see already here. Increase this side and decrease if I turn this rail, the other side. Usually this is the pin which keeps it intact in one place. So the series is supposed to keep it in the place so that it can't be moved by anybody.
As the experts, we do our job as UNBS, and we make sure nobody is able to change the settings that we have made on this equipment. The seal is there, and we always routinely come and inspect, check, and ensure that the seals remain intact through the period of 6 months. After this has been closed, you will not be able to see what is inside, because this is what, as a client, will find here. But you will always see this sticker here. We place this sticker on this equipment only after we have verified that it is okay. So always check to see that the month that is marked plus the year, like here it is July 2018. This pump, we assure you, will be okay up to that time. There will be no problem if you took fuel from that pump up to that time. After that, do not accept to use the pump, because then we are not sure what it gives you. But while you come, you also pay keen attention to what has brought you to the petrol station. The indications are here for the money that you have paid and the quantity of fuel that you are getting. These are part of what we have verified and known that it is true. Nobody can change this after our verification. But there are other vices which motorists need to guard against. Vices that are not associated with the meter, but associated with the integrity of the people who operate the pumps. This is just one place, but there are many other places, and you do not know who you will find in that petrol station. So make sure this nozzle, you can see where it has been placed, and that is in your tank. And make sure you keep your eye on this. Desist from turning your attention to WhatsApp and social media when you come to fuel. You can lose your money just by not paying attention. But if you pay attention and follow these guidelines, you'll get the right quantity. Thank you.
A word of caution from the experts. Do not refuel from non-verified fuel pumps. Be observant while refueling to ensure that you get value for money. Take note of the prices on the billboard. They should correspond with the prices on the fuel pump from which you're being served. If the government of Uganda cares about your health and the health of your fuel business or the health of your automobiles, wonder no more. The FMP program is testament to this fact. The government of Uganda, through the Fuel Marking and Quality Monitoring Program, is controlling and monitoring the quality of petroleum products in the entire supply chain in Uganda. The FMP program, which is guided by the Fuel Marking Regulations 2009, is implemented under a cooperative arrangement between the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, in collaboration with oil marketing companies, to offer you consumer quality assurance and protection, to monitor the quality of imported products, and to provide linkages with other downstream petroleum activities like development petroleum standards, and to provide linkages with other downstream petroleum activities like calibration and bulk measures, among others.
When these trucks bring in fuel, we do random sampling. Under circumstances where we find a product is not meeting the required standards, we always seize we are advised to seize the trucks, because when a product is substandard, it must be brought to standard.
Once the fuel truck enters the yard, it has to make sure that it's in the dipping slab. A dipping slab is a leveled place where we can dip the fuel clearly. And they bring the papers to our offices, to our site supervisor.
I received this paper from the supervisor, who allocates by writing my name, the truck which is on the slab. Then after receiving, I got the slab. I confirm if the paper is for the right truck which is there.
From there, the supervisors make sure that the physical papers handed over to him matches the truck that is in the dipping slab. After that, once everything is okay, he signs the truck to the next available marking technician, who then goes on top of the truck to check for fuel dips, densities, temperatures, for us to be able to ascertain exactly the amount of fuel that is in each compartment and the exact fuel type that the driver is coming, vis-a-vis what the papers declare. Then he hands over this document together with all other documents, which are the calibration charts, the bill of lading, and the exit note, to the customer service dispatcher. This is the point whereby the customer service dispatcher enters this information into the Asikuda system.
Today we are looking at how we monitor the quality of fuel at various stations. We have a mobile unit, a mobile laboratory, where we prepare these samples and put in the machine to run. We picked a sample of diesel from a pump that was serving. We prepared the sample in the sample cell. We put it in the sample chamber of the machine and commanded the machine to start testing. The testing takes 3 minutes. So after 3 minutes, it gave us the result, and the result was pass. We picked a sample of diesel and mixed it with 50% paraffin, and the result failed by 46%. This process of monitoring begins from the border. When the fuel destined for Uganda reaches the border, we check its quality compared to the loading documents. When we reach a petrol station and we find the concentration of the marker which was applied at the border has changed, has reduced, then we seal off your premises, your pumps. We stop you from sealing. The aim of this exercise is to ensure that customers buy fuel which is of good quality.
Ensure that the product which are put in the vehicles of the public meet the standard. We are able to achieve a compliance of 99.3% compared to when the product. So the main things are quality assurance, the respect of the standard, and also to ensure that all the companies, the product they are selling, they have met the taxes which they are supposed to pay. We are over 80% monitoring every retail station, testing the product.
Our ICT department has developed an information management system specifically to manage the verification of these road tanks, which has greatly improved our turnaround time, although we still have other interventions in the area of ICT to get better service delivery. It's capable of registering the clients. We are able to register the clients. We are able to register the trucks and associate them with their owners. We are also able to do verification that when we pick the raw data from the calibration rig, we are able to input in the system, and it has been given the instructions to follow based on the bulk measures law, and give us a certificate, which soon we shall be able to have the public access and the quantities that we establish here are available for use at the different places. This is the UNBS calibration rig. The rig started
how it goes also the reporting. Latest technology that we are using, the latest software version, we update all the time when it's required. Very friendly user and very simple software. Okay, you don't need to be a software engineer, a specialist to use this software. It is very simple, and the results will come between 3 and 5 minutes. It's on the spot, yes, at the station, final results. We don't need to take another sample, test it somewhere else to confirm the result. It's a real-time reporting. This equipment is connected via the mobile network and is able to report real-time the results, and people at the ministry, wherever they require, they can see real-time results. We have a GPS location for each test, so we know at what location the test was done. The reports are available and customized as per the client, that ministry. This is a sample of the report. As you can see, here the locations. So a big spot will be many tests, small spots, less tests, and it's a bit difficult to see, but there are also, the blue ones are pass, but if there's fails, they are red. As you can see here, there's a bit of red. That means that there were some failed tests. The report is according to regions, according to towns, according to districts. There are many ways, according to all companies. The user can select whatever he wants to see. Our operations in Uganda. We started as a GFI, if people remember, that started in 2008. Up to today we are SIGPA, but when we started in 2008, we supplied the technology. Since 2012, we are also doing the actual doping at the border. So we are actually putting a marker. Previously, it was done by UNDS for the project. At 2020, that is 4.5 years ago, SIGPA has purchased GFI and is operating here under SIGPA. But still, we have to remain and continue the same. Our headquarters currently is in Tinda, Kampala. The fuel marking operation headquarters is in Busia. We are performing 7 days a week marking at the borders, and we have one location, Mahati, okay, that is exploitative. That one, we operate normal working hours, and Sunday we don't operate according to that terminal. It's not a border post. So that's the difference. If there's any requirement of marking anywhere else, we are also able to do it. We call it the ad hoc marking. We'll go briefly on the process for marking. The truck will arrive at the marking yard. The driver or the agent will present the documentation to the supervisor at the site, SIGPA supervisor. The supervisor will just verify briefly the documentation. Since we are working together with a student, we shall verify the document, that this document actually is on the system. So you can't just give us document, we shall also verify with a student that this document is genuine. We shall do dipping for each compartment. This dipping will allow us to know if there's any difference between the declaration and what we actually find. We shall take density from each compartment, and we take a general temperature so we can compare the bill of lading that it is at 20 degrees with what we find that it is on temperature of that environment. We prepare the cylinders with marker. Later we put the marker inside each compartment depending on the volume. We'll seal it, and all parties will sign that they are satisfied with the process. Quality control, we have a quality control department to handle the quality of the marker to make sure that it is all the time 100% and nothing has changed. So we have a dedicated supervisor at each site that will also help us to make sure the quality and the performance of the team. We have a laboratory in Musia to check our own marker, and if there's a need to check fuels of other locations or things like that, we're also able to do it. Cooperation with other agencies. As I mentioned, we work with URA since we are checking through the documents, so there's no, let's say, illegal fuel that comes in. Only fuel that came in via URA system, we will work on it. We do check density, so that one also helps UNBS to make sure that the quality, okay, it's a basic check of quality, that the quality of the fuel and also the product is the correct product that has been declared. Volume verification, also we make, as I mentioned, we make sure that the volume is declared and the volume that we find are similar. We do reconcile with URA with the volumes, number of trucks, all these things through the SCUDA. We make sure there is no forgery of documentation, again, by the SCUDA and the different points. We have improved all the time, and recently we have opened a new facility in Malaba. As you see, a very nice advanced structure that has a better service for the agent drivers and also for our team. They can feel better and give a better service. Thank you very much.
I will take you through how we monitor the quality of fuel in the whole supply chain from the point at which it enters the country up the point it gets into your vehicle. Now, in that process, as my previous representative has said, they check the quality at the border and then it's marked. And in my presentation, I will be talking about the background of this monitoring exercise, the areas of cooperation, which has also highlighted the benefits of this fuel mapping program, which has rated here. What's the benefit for which the consumer or the public gets? I'll bring out a few malpractices and how we do the monitoring operation and the achievements and the challenges that are going forward. How we are managing this project. Now, fuel marking is a government program which was designed to control and monitor the quality of petroleum products, right from the point of entry at the border up to the consumer. Because the consumer doesn't know what is being put in his vehicle, its quality. So the program, the government put this program sustainably control the quality so that it remains up to the standard which he has presented, that what is put in the tank will be able to meet the requirement. Now this project, this program, as approved the government program, is implemented by a joint cooperation between the Ministry of Energy and Uganda National Bureau of Standards. The two bodies manage this program so that there is quality assurance of the products which are being dispensed in the airspace. In these two institutions, the areas of cooperation involves quality assurance of the product as it enters the country. Because all our product is now they enter from Kenya, Tanzania, mostly coming from outside. Therefore, the quality assurance is done by these two institutions, and then it's monitored all throughout the supply chain for consistency. These two institutions also manage the field and the main about the Ministry of Energy. We have mobile laboratories which move around the country every month, checking the stations to see the quality of fuel which they are serving the public. So the two institutions manage those operations. They manage the human resources also, and then they take on the role of developing standards as well. They are cooperative management the development of those standards. Whereas SIGPA, the former president, provides us with the map as the questions at the border. They provide the detectors, which are those mobile labs and the central laboratory, to check on the map concentrations and also maintain and calculate those detectors. It's their role so that the detectors which are mounted in these vehicles are working in proper way. Now, one of the benefits of this program is quality assurance and protection of the product after relying on this because you take the product, but you don't know its characteristics which is being put in your vehicle, whether it damages the engine. So this program is there to enable, like the policemen, to make sure that all the stations are supplied meets the standard. So they maintain the quality assurance and they protect the consumer after the final inspection. Now, the other benefit is to control those malpractices. There are malpractices which I'm going to mention, which are involved in this business. Also, they enable the fair competition between the player, the station owner. Because if some are doing malpractice, they will be at an advantage, making every profit, and not competing fairly with those who are doing the right thing. So in order to balance the fairness and the competition in the market, this program enables these companies to control the quality so that they all are selling at a fair price to the consumer, so that the consumer gets value for money for the product is getting. Also,
has benefits to protect your engines from being damaged, protect them from loss of power, because if you are consuming bad product, they will affect your engines of your vehicle. But the program is enabled to be there that it carries out the mandate of monitoring the quality so that the public whose vehicles will not damage. Then in this program also, the government benefits in terms of tax. Because one of the malpractices, as I've mentioned, is dumping and smuggling products. But the technology enables us to detect either the product is bad quality due to adulteration or the product which you have found in the tank has dumped or smuggled the product. We have been able with the technology ascertain those kinds of malpractices such that the government gets its revenue. Now, what are the malpractices? Number one, adulteration. This involves mixing, mostly here in Uganda, kerosene, which is at supply areas at a low price compared to diesel and petrol. Because of kerosene taxation is low, defined as subsidized, people tend to be attracted to mix it with diesel so that they sell it as diesel, and in that way, the product is adulterated. So one of the malpractices is adulteration. The other malpractice involved is smuggling. This is untaxed fuel coming into the country through some porous borders. Those temptations used to be there because people would bring in that untaxed fuel and then they maximize profit. They are not paying taxes compared to other companies, but this technology enables us to control these malpractices. And another malpractice in this industry is dumping of transit fuel. Fuel heading to Congo, fuel heading to Rwanda, it has not paid tax because in the process of marking, we only mark a localized product. We customize the product, the petrol diesel, which is being used in the country. They don't mark a transit product. So if some dealers transfer those products here, which have not paid tax, we are able to detect those products. So this program also helps us to manage this problem of dump transfer in our retail stations. Now, during inspection, as he has mentioned with the technology we have, we move all over the country every month visiting every retail station possible in order to check the quality which they are serving to the public. And when we reach, our inspectors just get a few mils of the sample. Then they transfer those few mils of a sample into the machine which I have shown you, which these machines are mounted on the vehicles. We have some vehicles moving around the country. And this week we have been demonstrating to the public, showing them how we do it. And even tomorrow we shall be still doing it in this Lira, showing the public how these mobile vehicles move around and test the product at each and every retail stations. So when we get the samples, we run them into that machine. We don't add any chemical. We just place the sample into the machine, cross-check the marker concentration. If the marker concentration, which they have put at the border, has been diluted, we know this person has tampered with this product. And during marking, petrol and diesel are marked with a different marker, and kerosene is marked with a different marker. If we find the marker of kerosene into diesel or petrol, we know this person has adulterated. And this technology enables us to do that within 3 to 5 minutes. We are able to detect that this product has been tampered with from the time it came through the border, through the supply chain. Something has happened, and we are able to ascertain how much adulteration has taken place with this equipment. That's the type of equipment we have. And the test, it takes 3 to 5 minutes, and it will indicate a fail if it has been tampered, the product has been tampered with. If the product is of low specification, low quality, the instrument will immediately give the results within 3 to 5 minutes that this one has failed. And when it fails at that particular location, this is what happened. We seal off that station, and we process, we find out the level of non-compliance, the amount which has been added, which has caused the adulteration, or which has been due to dumping or smuggled product, and then we process the penalties. At the moment, we have those amounts of stations in the country by December. We keep on cleaning our database because some are new coming in, some are being decommissioned out of the system. So we keep on updating our database with the retail stations in the country, and apparently we have those numbers, 3,482 by December. And within every month, our coverage is now over 86% of those retail stations. We are able to check the quality of those stations. We have divided the country in 2 regions. We have divided the country in 2 regions, 8 regions. And every month, these mobile vehicles, we assign mobile vehicles to each region to check those petrol stations, as it can be testified by the dealers who are here this afternoon. And this is how we have zoned out the country. We have the central region here, which has the biggest number of retail stations. We have the eastern. Eastern, we have divided into Eastern A and Eastern B. We have northern. This is where you fall. This area here is in the northern region. Western, we have Western A and Western B. And in southwest, we have Southwestern A and Southwestern B. And in all those locations, every time of the month, we have the mobile laboratories monitoring the quality of product in those particular regions. Now, for the last 6 months, when this financial year, this is data taken for the last 6 months. This is how the test stations have been complying. The level of non-compliance as in the last 6 months. Eastern, oh, sorry. Eastern had the highest number of non-compliance, followed by 1,000 number of non-compliance, followed by Western. Northern has always been the best performer in all regions, among the regions. Every month we have taken this monitoring exercise. The reason there may be reasons to why it has been performing. You find that in Northern we have a few retail stations, and the stock they take along. The temptations of adulteration has not been so much compared to the eastern part of the country. They are not. Then, yeah, to some degree of extent, the North has been honest in terms of dealing with petroleum products. We congratulate you for that aspect, and that's why we are here also to sensitize you so that you can comply. We have 0% all the stations meeting the standards of the fuel. Now, in terms of when we get you when you are non-compliant, the first time we penalize you. We compute the penalty depending on the volume, according to the law. The volume of the product in the tank, we penalize you. And then when you have been penalized, then we upgrade that product. That's the first time. Second time, you'll be given a warning. They penalize you, at the same time a warning is given. Third time it happens, the commissioner has the power to suspend your operating license. Now, if you don't have an operating license and we get you, you have exposed yourself. The enforcement team will just close you because even you're not supposed to be in the selling product in the market. And many of you have got, some of them we have got who don't have operating license and they are selling bad products. We just wipe you out. You have to regularize your business, but you have exposed yourself, and we have come to know you that you are a lawbreaker. Now, if you continue, the fourth time they get you, after suspending you, then they revoke your license, your operating license. You will come out of the business and do other business because you have failed on repeated times to obey and comply with the law. Now, this monitoring of quality, we have had success. One of the achievements is that generally there have been improvement in terms of compliance given those other areas. Those other areas I have shown you Eastern, we are taking deeper measures to make sure that we reduce the non-compliance in those areas. But generally all over the country, we are at 99%. You find there is the 1% who are not always complying. Just like we have other offenses like the police. You try to get rid of thieves, but thieves will always be there. We have the 1% of those who are doing bad things in the system. They are tempted to get profit. They are tempted to cheat. You have the enforcers there, but they keep on breaking the law. But we have done our best to have that achievement of reaching this level of 99 out of the 86 we cover in every month. The other achievement is continuous training of our staff. Whenever they bring upgrade of their technology, we update our staff. We keep on training so that they are ahead of those who are non-compliant, so that the system can monitor and be able to get those who are non-compliant. Our laboratory also, we are in the process of upgrading the international standard, such that the measurements we get from there are the best and can compare to any other lab in the world. At the moment, we have 7 mobile labs moving all through the country. That's an achievement. The other achievement is public awareness, which we are doing now, to bring you on board, to know your role as local leaders, dealers know their role in terms of standards, and to know where to report in case you have cases of non-compliance, awareness. In this program, timely delivery of results happens. Test takes 5 minutes. You are able to get the results. And we also inform the companies by giving them reports at the end of the month how their test stations are performing. This program enhances clients' confidence and integrity because during testing, they witness. Just like during marking, they witness the whole process. During testing also, the client witnesses the whole testing. It is open integrity. We take the sample in the presence of the owner. We put in the machine in the presence of the owner. If it fails, we seal him, his guilty there and then, and in the presence of the owner. Challenges. Edward mentioned about those companies which do decommission and they don't inform the commissioner. This has been a serious challenge in our operation. You get a station which is non-complying, the next month is a different station. A station can change ownership like 3 times within a period of 3 months because they are trying to avoid those repeated times of offenses to be revoked of their licenses. That has been a challenge. Then we have challenges. Sometimes during transportation, there is accidental mixing of products during transportation. And some of these ones we have got them. And some of them they report themselves so that we can help them to upgrade the products where they have accidentally mixed the product. Then the other one is when we get you non-compliant, we have to verify how much is in the tank. And they have mentioned about the stock, but you find some of these stations, they don't have dipsticks. Their underground tanks are calibrated. That's why we are here, also to sensitize these fuel stations that they should be able to provide data concerning the stock which they have at the station at any time during their operations. Then there are those who have been found in terms of breaking the seal, this non-compliance. As you talked about, they break the seal, they bypass the nozzle, that we shall take serious action on such companies. Way forward, the fuel marking has enabled the monitoring of the quality within the supply chain very fast, using the mark parameter. We have been able to reduce the non-compliance as compared to when the program started. With additional equipment, we are reaching deeper and deeper the country, such that we have consumers getting value for money for the product they are putting into their vehicles. Increase the awareness, this is what we are doing in the regions of the country. And we also request retail station managers always allow our staff to access and cooperate during the process of testing. Don't run away when we come to your station. Be there, we test your product so that we know what you are supplying to the public. We encourage OMCs, oil marketing companies, to put up systems of self-monitoring. The oil marketing companies, the dealers who are here, we encourage you to buy hydrometers so that you cross-check products as they arrive from the depot to your retail stations so that you are sure that what you are putting into your tank meets the standard before even we come. Do self-monitoring. We need to increase cooperation with the local authority in terms of enforcement, and that's why we are here to sensitize and cause awareness. If you have any challenge, these are our numbers. You can contact us. If you have information of dealers doing malpractices, those are our numbers. You can contact us. We have the number of the commissioner. We have the toll-free number. These are my numbers. You can call me directly because I know which mobile vehicle is in the region so that they can respond in time. And then also you can call the head of the laboratory. And with that, thank you for listening. We shall have a last presentation of legal metrology. Then we shall go into a period of discussion where we shall hear from you, your suggestions and questions, clarifications for better performance of our program. Thank you. Waiswa, let's have the last presentation.
I'm not sure whether it's afternoon or morning. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is James Waiswa. I'm an officer at the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. This afternoon we shall be learning together about measurements, the roles of the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, but also the responsibilities of the consumer, me and you. And we shall be looking at this subject as its impact to trade. And this will be done through the overview, the outline of what we shall be talking about. As a way of introduction, I wish to have a brief definition of what metrology is. And this largely because it's often confused with meteorology, which concerns the weather. This is metrology from the word meter. Now, metrology comes from two Latin words, metro and loge. Metron meaning measure and loge meaning study. And so we arrive at the meaning of metrology as the practice and study of measurements. This field is divided into three major parts. The scientific metrology, or sometimes also known as fundamental metrology. This deals with the fundamentals, with the basics of measurements. It helps us to set units, develop methods and standards. Now here, this word standards should be understood in the context of measurements. When my senior colleague Dean was presenting, he gave an elaborative definition of standards. That definition is true. It also applies to measurements. However, in metrology, when we say standards, we allow the context to speak to us. In this context, the word standards is meaning a reference standard. If this container was a 500 milliliter or half liter references item, then we describe it as a standard. Or if a certain piece was prepared as, say, a 1 kilogram reference standard, we describe it as a standard. But also it can be a process. For example, if you think of the current and modern definition of a meter, where they say if you have light through a vacuum in a period of 1 second, that distance traveled is equivalent to 1 meter. If you can carefully arrive at that through those processes, that phenomena is also described as a standard. So in this context, the word standard is meaning that. But also the scientific metrology helps us to establish the traceability. We shall look at that as we move forward. Another part of metrology is the industrial metrology, sometimes called applied metrology. This is simply the application of the results of the fundamental metrology in industry. And the third part and last is legal metrology, which we shall be dealing with more here. And legal metrology is the application of the results of scientific metrology to commerce. And it's mandatory. It's by law. If I must sell a kilo of sugar to him or someone else, there has to be an independent party to confirm and assure that the scale, the mizan, the measuring instrument that we are using to transact is measuring or weighing within acceptable limits of accuracy. So simply that helps us to understand what metrology is. But for us to achieve that accuracy in metrology which we desire, there are about 3 elements which must be carefully looked at and realized. One is the units. As you may see the illustration, by just removing one letter K, the meaning changes from 500 grams to 500 kilograms, which is a very big difference. And this applies to all sectors. So units are as important as the measurement one takes. Another part is the measurement traceability, which we spoke about and promised to learn more. Traceability deals with the interlinkages of different measurement standards across the globe, such that if company X, Petroleum Company X, imports fuel from Kenya, Tanzania, or wherever, a liter in Kenya is a liter in Uganda. Else you will have chaos. And lastly, the other element which is difficult to explain but unavoidable is the measurement uncertainty. Friends, this is not the error we experience when we measure, no. This is a statistical expression of the doubt in a given measurement. And when you have these 3 carefully arrived at, then you realize the accuracy in measurements that we all desire, that will make us peaceful. Now, metrology and quality in Uganda. Metrology and quality in Uganda is a mandate of the Uganda National Bureau of Standards by way of the 2 acts, as you may see on the screen, the Weights and Measures Act Cap 84 and the UNBS Act Cap 210. And through these, the UNBS runs an SQMT system: standards, quality assurance, metrology, and testing, thereby forming the quality infrastructure in our country. Under the UNBS is the Legal Metrology Department, responsible for that 3rd part of metrology we spoke about. What does legal metrology do? Legal metrology deals with the establishment of the legal requirements for different fields of measurements. For example, you think of mizan, measuring instrument at petrol stations, and the like. Conformity assessment, supervision, and traceability. Assessing that these measuring instruments conform to the legal requirements and available standards, but also to make sure that the standards used by whomever, whether government or individuals, are traced to the international measurement system. And I explained already what we desire to get from that. For this to be done, the Legal Metrology Department participates in the preparation of the laws and regulations, of course, through the structures up to the Parliament. Legal metrology regulates products and services so that they meet the requirements of the laws and ensures seamless compliance to those requirements, as well as linkages. That's still the traceability. That if I am using a standard here, does it compare well with a standard in Kenya or wherever? And at the end, like the objectives, we have credibility of the measurement results, that we are assured the measurement results we have serves the common good. We promote fair trade, public safety, and the rights of the consumer, as well as the environment. Each of these, if I explained, may take us forever. Now, what does the Legal Metrology Department do in the petroleum subsector? Legal Metrology Department, one, make sure that the calibration and verification of all road tankers used in the transportation and delivery of petroleum products are properly calibrated and verified. This verification is valid for a period of 1 year, and through that year, the monitoring of this calibration to make sure that it's properly used is done at all places and times. From the truck, often the product is delivered to a fuel depot or a station, into a tanker. Therefore, similarly, the calibration of the above ground or underground tank is a function of the Uganda National Bureau of Standards to make sure that when the driver delivers the product, the custody transfer processes from the driver delivering, say, to the station manager receiving is assured. From the tanks, the product has to be loaded onto set trucks for transportation to retail stations. And so similarly, the depot meters, the big meters used in the depots to measure when they are transferring this fuel to another party, are verified after every 6 months to make sure that their accuracy is assured to all users. Now the product has reached the station. We have learned that the tank at the station has been calibrated. Its measuring accuracy is known and depended on. But now this product must be sold to a customer. How is it sold? Using a pump or a dispenser. So still UNBS conducts routine verification of all fuel dispensers in the country after every 6 months. And in doing this, we check the pumping unit, which is a subcomponent of the dispenser or the pump, as it's commonly known. We check the air eliminator, AE, because it's a system that makes sure if there was air in the system, the air is eliminated before measurement starts, such that the customer does not buy air. Like the machine has recorded air, but you must pay. These pumps have a system of making sure that the air goes out before metering starts. We also check the display unit. Depending on the price per liter, it will give you the amount that a particular delivery costs. But also, when that is done, the inspection is done, we test the pump using standard measuring cans. Does this pump measure well? We compare the results from the pump with the reading of the standard. And when that is satisfactory, we apply a security mark. This security mark, which is a tamper-proof seal, to secure the measuring unit where adjustments can be made. But we also, because this will be inside, closed, we affix a mark of conformity, the sticker or the stamp, to prove to all users that this pump has been tested by the Uganda National Bureau of Standards and passed as fit for use for trade. These stamps differ in color depending on the product. Yellow is for diesel, red is for petrol, and green is for kerosene. It has the date of verification at the time when the pump was worked on and the expiry date. Now, all of that is done. We normally call it 99%. The remaining part now, the 1% to cross the loop, is a responsibility of me and you, the consumer, the buyer. The way I enter a shop and demand that if I have paid for a kilo of sugar, the mizani must balance, the scale must balance before I pay my hard-earned money. Similarly, when I go to a station to buy fuel, I have a responsibility to make sure that the hard-earned money I have paid benefits me as appropriate. And so, here we shall discuss some of the ways through which some of us have been cheated, which is normally called error. At some stations, you find that the price at the price board, the signpost which everyone sees attracting you to branch, is deceptive. It's lower than what's actually programmed and fixed on the pump. Say they have put 4,000 per liter of diesel. I branch expecting that out of 8,000, I have my 2 liters. And my 2 liters normally takes me, say, 3 kilometers. But actually, at the pump, the price is 6,000. Meaning I'm going to get like 1-point-something liters. And before you reach where you are going, you have run out of fuel. Air. So that's how we call it. So me and you are encouraged to take our responsibility. That when you get there, the way you have struggled to earn the money, pay the attention to help one another to make sure that the hand-earned money benefits you properly. UNBS or government can never succeed alone. We should be partners. We should work together to achieve the common desired objectives. Another trick, often some pump attendants will confuse you with figures. You pay, you say 120. She places 12,000. And after placing 12,000, you see these pumps are designed in such a way that as soon as you remove the nozzle from its resting, the pump does two things. One, it resets to 0. 2, it automatically starts running the motor. You hear the noise as if the pump is pumping. The motor starts running. So what the pump attendant will do, fix the nozzle into your vehicle, into the outlet of your vehicle tanker, and allow the motor to run for some seconds or minutes to give you an impression that is pumping. And after some minutes, he will release the nozzle and give you the 12,000 she has set. And because you have not paid that keen attention, you will be thinking that you have actually got 120. But actually you got 12,000. And such cases are often very difficult even for us to investigate when we are called upon. Because you get there with your standard, the pump is actually measuring well. Now, it's a dilemma. Do we need some prophets? I don't know whether you have prophets here. To help us tell what happened. And that's why I often advise friends, if you have a complaint, it's better to complain there. Because now you have moved away, time has passed, we can't really trace what happened. So me and you are highly encouraged and requested to take that extra step. That 1%, close the loop, let's work together. Even when you are not sure, we are available to work together to make sure that this is closed. Another issue, which is a very big problem to manage in our society, is all measuring instruments have an accuracy range. Normally, it's easier for me to explain this using our weighing scales. I come from a place where we produce coffee, cotton, and the like. And the weighing scales normally are labeled minimum 5 kilograms. What the manufacturer is communicating is that between 0 and 5 kilograms, the accuracy is not assured. Similarly, these pumps normally have the word MMQ on the nameplate, meaning minimum measured quantity, which is normally between 2 and 5 liters, depending on the make and the design of the pump. Every time you use this pump below the minimum measured quantity, the accuracy you get is not assured. But what is most interesting in this, the loss could go to the seller or the buyer. We don't know. And these complaints have come from both station operators and consumers. You came here, you said my pump was properly verified, but I have losses. But when you get back to investigate, he's using that pump to fuel motorcycles, 1,000, 2,000, 1,000, 2,000. And meaning the pump is cheating, it's over-delivering, because it's being used below, outside of its optimum operating range. Why I say it's difficult, because now one is operating a business, you need customers, you can't chase them away. And one of the options many companies have taken is to designate a pump for motorcycles. where you don't sell beyond 3,000 shillings. And that means that when our officers come, we shall calibrate and verify that pump within that range. We don't even look at the higher range. We shall configure it to operate well in that range. Interesting. Another issue which we have found, and this is also common with the, I think, motorcycles, but also some taxis. The vehicle tanker is big, and you have 1, 2, 3 liters. As the temperatures rise, as you run over humps and potholes, the product expands. It evaporates and expands within the tank. But actually, what is expanding is your fuel. Now, when a customer comes, the boda man opens and the tank up, his fuel has gone, he checks, he says it's there, he closes. When he gets there after delivering the customer, he does the same. At the end of the day, his 3,000 liters has not taken him the usual 5 kilometers. And UNBS, where are you? I have been cheated. When you investigate and discover, the point is that he has lost his fuel through expansion and evaporation, opening and closing. And this is still speaking to the minimum measured quantity. If you can, put good fuel, good quantity fuel, drive for some time before opening, closing, and the like. But I know it's difficult. I understand because I live in the same economy. The other aspect is the condition of one's engine. How good is your ignition system? Which is the spark plugs, the high tension leads, generally the combustion system. If your combustion is poor, you are doing what my senior colleague Dean spoke about. Fumes all over the place. But what is in the fumes? Your unburnt fuel. If you were supposed to get, if I say 100 joules, it's not easy word to use here. If you are supposed to get energy amounting, say, to 100 units from 1 liter, because your combustion is not good and all of the fuel has not been properly burnt inside your engine, you may get 80 or 50. And so what is coming out of your exhaust is actually your fuel which you have not benefited from. This is still speaking to, I did not cover my usual mileage, calm. So interesting, but happening. How do we operate? After the verification, we follow up within a period of about 3 months unannounced to do what we call inspection. Has someone tampered with the security seal? Is there a new pump which was faulty when we came? Is there a new station? But also during that period, there may be need when we are not near. A need of either repair or calibration. So what UNBS does is train and regulate repairers of these instruments. Repairers of weighing and measuring instruments are not like motorcycle repairers. You don't just repair. You must undertake a training by the Uganda National Bureau of Standards through the Legal Metrology Department. You must undertake an examination, and the executive director will award you a certificate, a license renewed annually. And when you get that license, you also get a serialized sealing plier. That if there was a problem at Margarita filling station and you reached us, and from your explanation you are convinced that there is some repair that you must do that requires touching the security seal, we shall authorize you to break it, do the repair, do the calibration, but when you are sealing, you seal with your serialized sealing plier, such that we know when our people come up for the inspection, we shall know that James was here. This is his report. James, what did you do? And there are penalties and legal implications if he did wrong. Last but not least is the fires that even one of my colleagues hinted about. This is not a function of UNBS, but as a member of society, having the country having experienced so many fires, trucks catching fire, but also the questions we have got from the region. For example, someone asking that the fuels of yesterday when he was a younger boy, they used to instruct them never to bring that fuel near fire. But that nowadays, you can bring fire near the fuel and it will not even catch fire. Fire can only start when the triangle is complete. You have the substance which can burn, in this case the petroleum fumes. That substance must be properly mixed with oxygen, and you must have a source of heat. The fire has not caught because one of them is missing in the right proportions. The moment that is achieved, it's an explosion, it's rapid, and there is no opportunity even for escape. And this is how most of our brothers have lost lives. There is an accident. Yes, it's fuel. They know it's dangerous, but there is no fire. So why would I leave this money to go into the ground? Why don't I capture the money? In the process of capturing the money, the fumes are saturating in the air. Oxygen is free in the air. But there is also mama someone there cooking. The moment the proper proportions of fumes and oxygen reach that heat, it's an explosion, it's rapid, in seconds, you can't run away. So I wish to encourage and call upon our colleagues, the police, the Ministry of Energy, who license transporters, the Ministry of Works. Let's inform our people that the fuel has not changed, that now it does not catch fire. But you were lucky that when you encountered it, the conditions necessary for the fire to start did not arise. So don't test it again. You were lucky, leave it. With this, I wish to say thank you for God and my country, but as the last speaker, I would wish to express gratitude to the organizers, especially my senior colleague, Mr. Peter Chitimbo, but also the commissioner, the directors, for the good organization. I cannot say much, but say blessings. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been long, but I hope you have learned something. And out of what you have learned, if you have a question which requires clarity, if you have recommendations, we shall take some time of general discussion to receive those questions and comments and recommendations on the way forward. We shall take batches of questions and we respond to them concurrently. You put up your hand. We have another microphone here. You mention your name, where you are coming from, your title if possible, so that we know.
I'm retired Colonel Fearless Oboya Yard, Chairman LC5 Pade. I must thank UNBS for tireless efforts they are putting to make sure that we use the right thing for the right place. My question is about fuel which you might have found has been contaminated. After giving punishment of either payment or whatever the case may be to the operator, what do you do with the fuel which has already been contaminated? Thank you.
You mention your name and where you're coming from.
Thank you very much, the various presenters. My name is Jackson Otim, the physical planner for this local government. I'll raise concern or questions to the first presenter, Disen. In your presentation, you made mention of a fuel station and a service station. Well, you left out one. Single pumps, all the so-called fuel pumps that are mushrooming in every trading centers in this country. The question is now, are the qualities of fuel dispensed in those pumps monitored? Do they have operation licenses? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Andrew Moses Awine, District Chairperson Kole. I'm grateful to Ministry of Energy, UNBS, for this stakeholders engagement. I have one or two comments. One, I'm very grateful for expanding on stakeholders sensitization, and then also dissemination of this very important information. I am aware that the task at the headquarters, especially UNBS, is too much on your side, and the ratio of your staff to the numbers of stations countrywide is quite wide. And having handy informations like this given to the stakeholders require you to provide a flow of information between you, the leaders, and then the customers. And so here we have the leaders, we have the police. My issue is, one, you would need to have a reporting mechanism that if, for example, a client has got an issue in relationship to all the presentations you've made here, it can be sent to through a call center, and then the office within that region responds. So that would reduce. And then two, you put a checklist of common documents that individual station holders are supposed to have, so that you have here the physical planners, you have the DPCs, so that periodically they can set timelines to be moving and checking, so that in terms of enforcing regulations, they are helping to make sure that the stations that are operating without the legal framework either stopped or the report is sent forward for proper handling by the office. And then lastly, we have had, for example, and I think this, I don't know how this can be handled. We've had in the process of transportation of fuel, either those that are in transit or those that are going to be consumed within the country. There are always those cases of accidents where either the fuel trucks, because of accident fall, and communities, because of some presenters say tough economy in which we are in, people end up there. We've seen so many scenarios where a number of people get in. I am wondering whether in the transportation there is a monitoring mechanism from the border, considering the distance that the fuel trucks are moving. So in monitoring, scenarios involving accidents and those other things are reported to the nearby police stations or the authority for proper control. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And my name is Paul Mboki, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer, Apache District Local Government. I want to thank you for the presentation. I rise on a few issues. One, you did present very well, and in the issues of non-compliance, you presented the Eastern region being the highest in the challenges of compliance. I wanted to know the range of compliance, because you presented the northern region being the lowest, actually being compliant to the very great extent, but you have not reflected what is the compliance range that we can club, whether we are doing well or we are doing badly. But on the other part, if Eastern is high in non-compliance, have you established what could be the reasons why they are not complying to the standards? That is one. Two, if we talk about provision of licenses is a reserve of the commissioner, and we are the local governments operating the systems that are running up and down many times with this that my colleague behind there has mentioned, cropping up petrol stations. What is our role as local governments in this matter, other than doing the issues of operational taxes in terms of licensing? Because they are coming up, and many times fuel stations are coming up, one pump in someone's household, but we can't stop them. Our environment officers have gone into inspections, but they tell you, we are being licensed by the center. Who is doing it, and do the center come to ground to know where someone is erecting a petrol station or a fuel pump? I thank you.
Let's take one more, and then we respond, then we shall...
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Patrick Elvis from Apache Municipal Council. I have only one observation to make. First of all, I thank you for the presentations. What I have is that I have heard that the operators who don't comply are penalized. But I have not heard what direct interventions are there to protect the consumers from these people who are selling bad products. Because my assumption is that whenever they are found to be selling bad products, they are finalized, right? But they are still allowed to continue to sell their projects. Thank you very much.
We shall take all your concerns and questions in batches, but let's first respond to those ones we have received so that we don't lose the track. I'll make some comments and answers to some, and then my colleagues also will add on from what you have raised. Now, one has mentioned contaminated fuel. What do you do to those fuels that has failed? It was also echoed by another of what direct interventions are taken to those non-compliant retail stations. Now, I gave you a series of what happens the first time of when your station is found non-compliant, what we do. Now, when we find you non-compliant, let's say petrol or diesel, we seal off that facility with respect to that particular product. Then we take samples to our main laboratory, we assess the penalties, and from the samples we have taken to our laboratory, we carry out comprehensive analysis to categorize how much it has failed and what type of fail. There are two main types of fail. One due to adulteration, and the other one which is due to dumping or smuggled product. Now, from our testing, once we have found out that it is the second lot, it meets the quality, but the marker which SICPA put has been diluted. From that one, we can compute the percentage of dumped product that was in that location. And when we compute that percentage of how much was dumped or smuggled in that retail station, we write a report, we forward to URA to do tax assessment. Now, URA comes, audits the system to find out how much this person has been dumping product or smuggling in product from his stock. They do an audit, let's say for 6 months, and they quantify, and then they levy tax that person to pay for all those products which were found dumped or smuggled into that state stations. And when they finish, the person pays the penalty, pays to URA the taxes. On top of the penalty we have given him, and after paying the taxes, then URA writes back to us that this person has cleared the taxes. Then we go back and do what we call upgrade. Upgrade at that level, we add in the marker, top up the right concentration of the marker of that product, and that person is allowed to sell because that product was meeting the requirement of the standard, but it was found with dumped or smuggled product. The other category where we have that it did not meet the standard, we penalize that person depending on the volume which was found at his location. After penalizing and when he has paid for the first time, we do what we call fuel upgrade on that product. How is it done? It is, we compute how much good product is supposed to buy to add in so that it can upgrade to the right specification of the standard. It's like we have found you with the, I use a lake example, a product of milk with a lot of water. We add in more milk to bring it to the right standard of the right quantity of tea you are supposed to take. The same way we do for pure products. We don't dump them anywhere. We ask that person to buy a certain good quality product so that we bring up the specification to the right standard at his cost. And when he complies with that, we upgrade the product, we add in the marker, and we allow him to sell. Now, if it happens again, that's where those rules takes place. Suspension, revocation of license, and removing with this license. That's what we normally do when we find locations with non-compliant product. I'll ask my colleague to respond. Single pump. Yeah, the quality. When we are doing our quality monitoring, whether it is a single pump, whether it's a big station, as long as you are selling product to the consumer, we reach all those stations, whether single pump. And I gave you, with the capacity we have at the moment, we do it once a month. At the moment, 86% of the retail stations in the country, we are able to cover them. But we are building capacity by acquiring more vehicles so that we can reach every deep part of the country. As I've shown you, we have zoned the country, and every region has a mobile lab every month to reach those even single pump, whether licensed or not, whether at whatever status, as long as he's selling a product to the consumer. We reach out to those pumps and monitor the quality of product in those pumps. That's to do with the contamination fuel and then single pumps. Expansion of awareness, we have done that one. We appreciate your comment. The reporting mechanisms from Kole and the role of the local authority. I think from our presentations we have mentioned that. If my colleagues have something to add on from what we have received, yes sir, can we receive the microphone? Chiguli, do you have anything to add on? Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chitimbo. I think the issues which have been raised are single pumps are recognized to serve people with fuel. When I was telling you about how many categories of stations we have, I talked of filling station and service station. The single pumps, I don't run them. Now the issue is, are they licensed? No. But the question would go also to local government. Have you issued them with a building permit? Have you approved them? Have you approved their drawings? Do they have trading licenses? From our findings as a lead agency in licensing of petroleum facilities, we have discovered most of these, or 100% of these single pumps, they don't have our licenses, but they have a trading license. So we need to work together to eliminate these so-called single pumps. Sorry? To eliminate them. We are doing enforcement, but the challenge we have, when enforcement team, for example, moves in this direction of Lira, we wipe them out, but after 3 months when they come back, they find them when they're already operating again. So that's a challenge. And they are saying they have a trading licenses from local authorities. So that's a big challenge. So we need to work together to get rid of these so-called single pumps. No, the other issue was on the pumps. I think the question was, are they licensed? I think the point is, if you get any single pump with our license, I think you may have got it legally, but that's not our license. We don't license single pumps. And we license a station when it has been issued with approved plan. It should have been approved by local authorities first. That's the beginning of the process, as I've told you in my presentation.
Let me respond. There was Paul, deputy from Apache. He observed that from the eastern region, they have the high range of non-compliances. Why is it so that eastern has the highest number of non-compliances? As you are aware, eastern, most of our product come on through the Busia Malaba. We have 2 major routes. Now we have 3. The eastern region, eastern route, Then we have the Mutukula route, and then Mahati. But apparently, as per now, the Mutukula is not so much effective in bringing in product. Mahati is building up capacity. But most of our biggest percentage of our fuel coming in is through Eastern region, through Busia and Malaba. And that's the Eastern region. And now there is a temptation, especially with the transporters, siphoning of products which don't meet the product as these trucks deliver the products to the depot. Now, what mechanism have we done? We have increased our frequency, because as we have been monitoring most of those areas which have higher levels of non-compliance, as we are building capacity, we may not be there the whole time. You are there once a month. When you leave, they monitor that these people have left. They do their manyanga. But also we have learned, we leave and then we send another team to follow up. Because fuel is a fast-moving product, and because of this cheap fuel they are getting through those porous routes, that's why we have managed to get so many non-compliance by our follow-up. They monitor us, but also we have tried also to check on them abruptly, and we are able to get them every now and then. We have, in that regard, as we build capacity, our frequency in those regions where we are find high levels of non-compliant, we are going to increase them. Instead of going once a month and then they sell bad products in the next week, we shall be there almost every week to be able to wipe out those devices. Because once we get those products, we penalize them, we follow them up, and then those which have been found repeatedly offenders, the commissioner takes action in terms of revoking and warning and removing the license. We shall have to reduce that type of non-compliance even in those regions. But because of the high volumes coming through in those routes of Eastern, temptations are high to tap some of those high volumes to sell which have not paid tax. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. The cow of a patch. Talk about the role of rural government in all this. One, the Commissioner for Petroleum is responsible for licensing. But we have other roles like enforcing the physical plan for the district or for the local government. So the commissioner from Kampala will not decide that the petrol station is put in this place or not. No, for him to say, go and do business. But when it comes to you, local governments, you are supposed to be guided, to guide the business person on where to put that, because you have your own physical plan to be complied with. Two, the local government, environment officer, physical planner, is supposed also to ensure that the environment issues are addressed on the pump. So, what I was saying that don't give away your mandate on other issues related to your business in the local government. Three, we've talked about the other businesses at these stations that can be part of our local revenue. Restaurants, we talked about supermarkets, those ones we can get some money out of it. Then, remember as local government we have mandate and we can use the legal framework to make bylaws and what? Ordinances. So you can address some of the challenges that you see being brought by this, using our mandate to make laws and ordinances to address the challenges that might be coming as a result of these businesses coming to our local governments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the remaining aspect is on the range of compliance, which I think Peter will come back to. And so I will just respond to an issue of whether there is a monitoring system for transportation of fuel, let's say, in the country. To the best of my knowledge, URA puts electronic seals on transit fuel to ensure that it has exited our borders. Now, fuel that has paid the tax has gone through our normal borders, has been marked, and it is going to a certain destination within the country. Now there, the traceability of that truck that it left Maraba going to, let's say, Ginger, along the way, the owner of the fuel may see that my demand now is more the other side, and tell the driver, move that side and put on that station also, because he's the owner and he's looking at the demand and the fuel, how it is moving. So in aspect of looking at really is there monitoring of fuel transport within the country, to the best of my knowledge, I don't think that we are doing that. And that would be too much of, not to say that is macro or micro management, but we've not done that. There was another aspect of checklist of documents. It may be provided, but at least, as my colleague has mentioned, some of the things are already in your powers, and you can be able to do that. Now, why I'm standing up is mainly on a few appeals to ensure that we can be able to move properly and to the different categories. Let me move in front so that now at least I'm seeing everybody. Appeal number one. No, appeal category 1 is to the oil marketing companies, and there are 3 appeals. My first appeal is that the oil marketing companies please adhere to the standards and procedures that are in place. If you know the requirements of obtaining certain documents, obtain them. You need to prove that you own land, have it. You need to have permission from UNRA, or now Ministry of Works, for you to put access on the highway road or something, obtain it. You need to have the environmental impact assessment certificate, have it, so that we are able to move. So my appeal number 1 to the oil marketing companies is that please adhere to the standards and procedures. Second appeal, again to the oil marketing companies, is that to the extent possible, deal with only licensed companies. And I'm deliberate by using those words, to the extent possible. Remember, in my opening remarks, I talked about the bottom line of oil marketing companies is to make money. But in making money, do it the right way. Deal with the licensed people. If somebody is coming to you with a truck labeled door to door, right, and does not have a license for transporting fuel, why are you giving that customer of yours such a fuel? Where is it going? So if we could do hygiene as oil marketing companies, you will say, no, but if I don't, he will go to my competitor and then fill from there. So I go to my appeal number 3. Again to the oil marketing companies, report, quote unquote, bad boys. Those that are putting a bad name to the industry. Don't feel shy. That, I would be thought that I'm the one reporting so and so. But if that person is bringing a bad name to the industry, and in so doing, your name is also being tainted, report, so that we can be able to know how to move. Appeal number 2 to the local governments. There are 2 appeals I have. 1, similar to the oil marketing companies, please adhere to the standards.
Because even from what my colleague has said, you find a single pump, which we have never licensed, but is having a trading license, meaning that at the local level, it is known and you have okayed it. Please let's adhere to the standards. We went through consultative methods and said, no, physical planning is a reserve of local governments. Kindly adhere to those things so that we can be able to build hygiene in the industry. Number 2, appeal against the local governments is collaborate in cleaning up the bad boys. Because some of those might be your voters, they are your relatives, but collaborate in cleaning up those what? Those people. And if you think that because maybe these ones, you know, is something else, then let us know. And we deal with them from afar. Not you that saying Councillor X is the one doing that. Then for us, we shall come from the center. And so collaboration is very important. Number 3, our enforcement officers, which include part of my team, but more especially the security. One appeal is that we should be able to enforce without fear or favor. That is my what? My appeal. If my members have brought to you a case, they have reported, filed a case, take interest to see that that case progresses, because some cases have prosecution. Like Edward talked about the massacre case which we were able to resolve. Please let's not have cases piling up in different places. Or you find that, okay, after the transfer of DPCX, now this file is missing. DPC does not be transferred with those files. They leave them at those places. So let us enforce without fear or favor. To colleagues, and I'm coming to the last, number 2 areas really. 1, colleagues, let us not relax. I'm talking about my members and people from the central government, from UNBS. Let us not relax. We have to keep on keeping on. Number 2 is to stay alert and vigilant, because, and innovative. Why we must be alert? The industry is always looking for new avenues of how to circumnavigate and do something so that they can get quick gains also out of it. So let us stay alert to the new trends and whatnot and be innovative to counter them. Finally, to the citizens or general public, we need to be vigilant and avoid any suspicious characters. The weights and measure member, he talked about some of those things. You reach on a petrol station, you are not vigilant. That is the time you remember to answer a call. And you have said, put for me 50. You are not even seeing at the pump what amount is being put. You are branching up to a station for which you are suspicious, whether it is, some of the stations don't even have a name. So if you are moving to a place without a name, really that is not vigilancy. We are accomplices in trying to promote those kind of people. And then somebody says, but why are they mushrooming? Why are they many? They wouldn't be there if somebody was there the whole day and had no customer. Tomorrow he will have to do what? To think of something else. So we need to be vigilant. We need to avoid any suspicious characters. Thank you very much.
Let's take on another batch of questions. Esau, pass out the microphone.
Once again, my name is Edith, the district chairperson, Kiriandongo. I want to appreciate this very rich knowledge that we have got in this awareness creation, and it makes me, especially when we had the last presentation with a demonstration of oxygen, fire, and heat relating to safety. It makes me flash back on the retailers in the villages who keep bidomola and other things in the house. And of course, the business is managed by a family, children, women. I see a lot of danger in it. And on top of that, there is adulteration. There is also the issue of measure. Although it has not been mentioned here, because when I heard somebody saying, let us eliminate the single pumps. What about these people in the villages? Are they operating within the law? What do you say about them? What should we do? What kind of information and caution do we need to pass to them so that we don't run a danger in the community? Thank you.
Be fair a bit.
My name is Ukio Jasper Dale, the MD down on our fuel station located along Aloy Road. My humble request. I'm kindly requesting you to say something about the fuel color, because several times we have had complaint from customers that they prefer red fuel to these other colors. And even sometimes we experience now some colors being yellowish. And yet all these different colors here have actually passed your test, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is John Paulo Nye, Town Clerk Anaka from Nwea District Local Government. I want to thank the chairperson, the district chairperson of Kiriandongo, because she raised one of the issues I wanted to raise. Mine, the first one now, is on the trading license issues. In the past, when we are charging license on fuel stations, we would also charge for storage. As if this has now disappeared. Who is supposed to be charging for storage? As we speak now, IRAS has come in. And with IRAS, all the petrol stations along the same street will be charged the same rate. So what are we going to do now? The second issue is on adulteration, especially with paraffin. And the major reason is because the price of paraffin is low. As if the consumption of paraffin now is also reducing. Supposing we say we put paraffin at the same rate, very close rate to those products that can be adulterated with paraffin, so that nobody is tempted to say, by mixing it with paraffin, I gain more. The third thing is when I come across a thief at the pump attendant, and I notice that the pump is actually running and the fuel is not going in. How should I go handle this situation? Is it possible for me to complain to the pump attendant and he sorts me out? Or I go to the manager? Where should I go? Do I even have a remedy? I think these are my issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Omara Musa Abdu. I work with Nile Energy Limited, gas.
a colleague has raised a concern about fuel color. Challenges we face at the station that these kind of small stations outcompete us in. We always confront with the standards set by UNBS. We get challenged in the color. These customers here, they believe fuel which is red is the best. And we who have the standard by UNBS and our colors are not at very red, they reject us. Now challenge comes in that these people who are single pumps in the villages, they find a way of getting the chemicals that make their fuel red. My question is this chemical in the open market by UNBS, or there is a legal way they get it? 2, about adulterations. I am very sure that the UNBS team move across this country. When you are in the fuel truck transporting fuel all the way from Malava, you'll find along the highways there are people with jerrycans on the way. This very truck stops there. They sip on fuels on the way. When they reach somewhere, they buy paraffin, they top it up on that truck to make the quantity reach at the station according per delivery. Now, we get challenged is this fuel will come the right quantity. It will have even the UNBS seal, not tampered with. But when you check the density, you find it is not within the range of UNBS. So how do these people get the same seal even when they have sold fuel along the way? Is it on the open market as well? Because the same seal, you find it is confronting with the same document he has come with. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Let's take from the officer here in the middle.
Yes.
And then...
Thank you so much. My name is Regan Magombe, Superintendent of Police, DPC Noya District. I take the opportunity to thank the various presenters who have presented. In fact, this engagement has really opened some of our eyes because we thought otherwise in the operations and regulations of these fuel people. One, I have an observation about what the Commissioner presented in line with police. In most cases, you realize that these operations, the enforcement, that is always carried out in the districts. Even the police officers themselves are not informed. You find UNBS is taking on, or the Minister of Energy is doing that, but we are not aware of that. So I would suggest that in enforcement, we could work as a team and we see how we can coordinate and collaborate to make sure that we hinder this. Then the other thing is about the contaminated fuel. In my district, so far, I've registered about 2 instances of contaminated fuel. But you ask yourself, is this an intentional thing? Is it a system-generated thing? Maybe the equipment themselves are damaged, or it's an intentional issue that is being done. Recently, we went to a certain petrol station that I won't mention here, and we realized the fuel was full of water, okay? Full of water. Because we bought fuel of about 50,000, but I think there was only fuel of 20,000 that was fuel. So we need to work on that also and see how we can regulate. Then the other issue is about, I may provide a petrol station when you ask me in private. Then the other issue about the accidents, the fatal accidents by these fuel transporters. I followed up on about 3 instances where we registered such accidents, but I realized it's more or less like what the Commissioner mentioned. It's an issue of demand versus the supply. Worse. These people are diverted from one point to another. Don't we have any measures in place? Because I realize even some trailers still import from Mombasa direct to a fuel station. Don't we have reservoirs that maybe we can have such trailers boost the reservoirs, then these fuel stations buy from the reservoirs to avoid that stress of movement. Then the other issue is about the enforcement and compliance that someone mentioned here. We have a challenge in that. And I think such engagements are going to open a way on how we can coordinate, collaborate, and see how to supervise these people. You mentioned that at least once in a month, your team must be in a district. But these people have different skills of doing things. These fuel owners, they have communication within you people that an operation is going to be in a certain place at on a certain day. So they go on and rectify their systems. Okay, by the time you come, everything is perfect. Don't we have other avenues? Can't we engage, can't we go to the grassroots and try to empower some people? Because at the moment, we have systems like the District Security Committee. Most of the people here who are here are part of the district security committees. Can't we have a session with them? We empower them so that they know what they can look at, and try to regulate on our behalf as we are still the other side. Then lastly, it's about the statistics that a gentleman also mentioned here, that Eastern had the worst compliance. It was non-compliant compared to the northern part. But you realize also there is a lapse in the supervision. I've been in Noya for some time, but I've not seen anyone to come and do the supervision. Okay? I've not seen anyone from UNBS, neither Minister of Energy, coming to do the supervision. But people are crying of contaminated fuel. People are crying of less fuel being provided to the pumps, by the pumps. So there must be some bit of lapse in the supervision. And I suggest, or I request that, work with our systems. Because like police, the systems are already set. Work with our systems. Let's have engagements. Let's have MOUs and guidelines that you can share with us, and we see how we can support in your absence. Thank you so much.
Let's take one more here, and then we respond to that batch.
I think next.
Before we lose track of your inputs.
Thank you very much. I'm Ayofred from Kole District. I do retail fuel in Kole. I'm a developer of a petrol station. I have a few questions to ask. I deal in fuel, and I feel I'm trying to follow the right procedure to reach where I'm going. They mentioned here that the requirements are there needed. I started by consulting the district, and they approved my plan. That one, I have a copy, and I have the plan approved. But then here comes when they talked of Minister of Energy asking for the permission, the permit. For me, I see like this other thing has come after, because NEMA gave me a certificate and they told me to go ahead with my operations. But today I'm hearing the permit is also needed from the Ministry of Energy, of which I was also informed by my consultant that I can start the process. And I think I'm also starting. So I need clarity there. Now that we're operating, what can we do? Another thing is about the trading licenses. It is clearly stated here that when you are selling fuel only, you're not supposed to be charged anything. But I pay trading licenses every year. And they normally give me very exorbitant figures, but I complain that there is nowhere to run. About the location of the fuel stations, no filling stations for example. If I put a filling station, for example, near a school, is it bad? Because they mention here that public places like hospitals, but I did not hear about schools. Thank you.
Let's respond to, before we take on the last batch, let's respond to those ones. When Agaba, help me with the color. Give Agaba the microphone to respond to color of the fuel, red, yellow, deep red. People preferring to buy, is this color on the market, and the like.
Thank you very much, Bwana Peter. My name is Charles Agaba, Petroleum Officer in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, in charge of fuel quality. The color of fuel in petrol, they just apply it. And how it came up, some years back, people used to have accidents resulting from petrol, because some years back we were using a lot of kerosene, mostly in the villages. And when fuel is coming from the refinery, petrol and kerosene, there is no color. It looks the same. So people would send, maybe you've sent someone to buy kerosene to use in the lantern, and accidentally he brings petrol. You as a local person, you're not differentiate. So you end up burning yourself. Even the fuel dealers themselves, they would mix. Because when a truck goes to load fuel from the depot, it loads 3 products, these inland trucks. It loads diesel, it loads petrol, it loads kerosene. So accidentally, when it is off-roading at a station, we used to get a lot of cases of mixing. So from those incidences, that's when we changed the standard. That if you want to trade fuel in Uganda, color your fuel red, petrol red. Actually, that standard now, even in Kenya, it is only in Tanzania that is not yet being enforced. But Kenya and Uganda, if you want to trade in Uganda, you must bring your petrol when it has color red. So this color is just applied in. But we have a standard. You don't need to put a lot of color. And why my colleagues from oil companies are saying that ours is orange, it is not too red, because this color is bought. It is bought on the market. So when some of these companies are buying, they are minimizing the costs. So that's why they put in little. But we urge people not to check the quality of fuel by color, because color is just applied in. So for us, when we are checking, we find the fuel is meeting the quality, and even this one which you are calling orange, it is because we have a color range when we are checking the full quality fuel, the full quality analysis. So you find even this orange falls within our range of quality. So don't just check fuel by color or by smelling. Some even go an extent of smelling. And you reach a station, they are complaining that this fuel smells kerosene. Then I ask them, even me as an expert, I cannot tell the smell of kerosene and the smell of petrol. So how do you say that this fuel is smelling kerosene? So you just be assured, like the way Mr. Chitimba has explained, we move around at least every month. We cover every station in Uganda to ensure that you get good quality fuel. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Charles. Color is for identification, physical identification is identification between the products, but the product may be meeting all the requirements of the standard. It does not affect the performance. It's just for identification, is identification to avoid accidents. Yes.
Thank you. My name is James again. My neighbor has a question about a pump attendant whose dispenser is running. Where does he complain? This question is twofold. We need to understand what is happening before we can advise. When I was explaining, what I explained was that dispensers are designed to auto start the motor as soon as the nozzle is removed. But before you press the nozzle flap, the fuel will not come out and the meter will not register. The display will not register. That's what is common and that's what is intentional. And in that, it only calls for the vigilance of the buyer to say no, one, it must start from 0, 2, dispense the 120,000 I've paid you. It only calls for vigilance. Now the other case where actually the meter is registering but no fuel is coming out. It's possible. It happens, but 1 in 1 million. And it can only happen due to a technical problem. Like it's not something someone can do by tricks and achieve it. When that happens, and wherever it has happened, the first or second customer will complain, we shall come in, and even the stations have accepted and compensated because it's not intentional. The pump has developed a mechanical problem. It's running, registering, but not dispensing. And in the last 5 years, I remember one case in Fort Potro, one. So those ones are very rare. However, again, if you have any other concern, it's good to get to us through the numbers my senior displayed, and we shall help. DPC, Mr. Regan, I'm not sure whether security officers are also can be addressed as Mr., but you forgive me if I have not addressed your title properly. I request to have a discussion with you before we all leave this place regarding liaising with the police during our work. Please, let's talk. Another one was about that some stations rectify the issues because they learn of our presence in the place. One, learning of our presence is something beyond our control because they have a network. They are doing the same work. When you go to Mr. Regan's station, he informs his friend. However, mainly with measurements, most of what can go wrong cannot be rectified 100%. So there will be a trace, and the law requires the user to explain. This cannot happen by mistake. How did it happen? If it happened, why did you keep quiet? Because we don't have your report. But again, we request the public, just like I said, work with us. Because if you have been to this station, you have been cheated, or you are unhappy today, tomorrow, the other day, and you are quiet, we cannot know. So please, let's work together. No UNBS verification in Noya for a long time. It's true that for some time there was a lapse which was beyond our control by the central government. But I am not sure for how true this is and for how long this has taken, but for measurements, we reach every pump within 6 months, wherever it is in the country. By the way, whether licensed or not licensed. we do. It's a debate. Others are saying don't do because it's not licensed. For us, we are saying, yes, it's not licensed. Should we also allow them to cheat? So it's a debate. So we get there. That I thought that's what I had to respond to. However, I wish to compliment what my senior colleague Charles Agaba said about color. But it also relates to what the gentleman from Gaz said. You see, technically, it's nearly impossible, or if it's possible, the margin of error is very big to quantify color. That how much color is in this petrol. Because my colleague said, petrol is colorless. We put color just for identification to help everyone know that this is petrol. I should not put it in a lantern. But now a color has been put. How do you quantify it technically? Even where we do, the margin of error is very big. That you cannot say that put color in this amount. Thank you.
Thank you, Waiswa. I will respond to some concerning water in fuel. This normally, it can happen at a station, but some of these ones comes during rainy season and by accident, and where maybe there is leakage in the tanks. But the station operators, they know the procedures and the processes that every morning they have to use water paste finder to find out if there is water in their underground tanks. And that one is supposed to be done routinely on a daily basis to cross-check, because it can be to accumulation of the sweating of the tank over time that you find that the tank has a dead stock of the sweat which accumulates down. But it's a responsibility of the tail station owners to make sure that in case it has accumulated, the dead stock should be removed. It can happen, but no licensed station or any station would want to sell water to vehicles. That is national water for people's use, not for running motor vehicles. And the vehicle will not, in fact, if there is water, a vehicle will not even go 500 meters. It will not. If the product is contaminated with water, it will stall immediately. And if such cases happens, you let us know where you, if it is. It can never be done deliberately, but it can happen. And we can help those stations to sensitize them how to upgrade. But the first thing is cross-checking of water every morning. The dealers here who are here, they know the procedure and the processes to make sure that the product they are selling is not contaminated in any way with water. Can Esau give Agaba a mic to add on as we proceed? Supervision, we shall continue. Our supervision, you may know, you may not have noticed our presence, but we have levels of supervision. And if you go to any retail station and ask them a report of inspection every month, I'm sure those people will have those records of quality on those retail stations every month. We monitor physically, but also we are monitoring online our staff in the field to see that they have not jumped a station, they have reached every station. Our system in the mobile vehicle have GPS locations and tracking systems. And we have all the results of the stations, and the copy is always left at the station. You can go there for verification of the records which they have, which they should be able to display to you at any time without any hesitation. That one, we are doing it, but in the case of any other issue, you can inform us and we come in and respond. Agaba, please.
Yeah, thank you, Bwana Peter. To add on the water incidents, you know, water does not mix with fuel, so it is always accidental. But we have experienced some intentional mixing of water, but we attribute this to laxity in management at a station. For example, there are some stations where you find the owner of the station or the manager is not always present. And for him, he aims at dipping in the morning without the water finder, and taking the meters. So what pump attendants do, or any people who are concerned, they sell the fuel, then they keep on topping water in your tanks, knowing that water will keep on settling down, down. They sell, they top up water. They sell, they top up water. So a point will reach when the water inside the tank will be too much and the pump now starts sucking it. So those are the incidences where you buy fuel of 50,000 and you find 30,000 is water, 20,000 is fuel. So this goes to station owners and managers. Always be keen. Ensure that you do that water finder test every morning or after maybe every week like that. Thank you.
Thank you. One mention about seals that the truck, they leave, then they reach the station, the density is less, but the seals are there. What has happened? Now, as we are only concerned with the seals, which skippers put and follow up those ones up with the stations. If you find such seals have been tampered with, you call us and we verify the quality of that product. But in between, from depot to stations, there are seals of the company. But if you find that they have been tampered with, you can also call us to verify whether the quality of the product has been tampered with.
Okay, thank you, Peter. I will answer 2 questions. The third one, I will leave it for the commissioner to answer. The one of kerosene having the same price with other products. I will start with the chairperson LC5 Chiriandongo of people dealing in fuel in jerrycans in villages. I think as a leader, you need to inform your people that this is very dangerous and it is illegal. If people need services, we need to encourage people, developers to put their filling stations so that they can provide services to the people. But selling jerrycans fuel in jerrycans, it is illegal, at the same time dangerous to their lives. The next question was on trading license on fuel storage. All facilities that handles petroleum products, the Petroleum Supplies Act removed the trading license on fuel products. If it is a storage for the petroleum products, it is a facility of petroleum products. Therefore, it is not eligible to pay the trading license. As Disan explained it earlier, there are other facilities at the station that do not deal in petroleum products. Those ones, the local authorities, you are at liberty to leave the trading license. But the law is very clear. Anything to do with petroleum products does not pay the trading license to the local authorities. It pays the license fees to the central government, according to Petroleum Supplies Act. I think the rest of the questions were answered. The only one was, yes, we know. I think the commissioner will add there. We know that the main adulterant product is kerosene. And the question is, why the pricing of this product not the same with others? The issue here is the policy. We have made suggestions to Ministry of Finance and Parliament, but they are still considering it. So we are not authority on tax issues. We are an authority on ensuring the supply of the petroleum products, its quality and its quantity. I thank you.
Thank you. It seems we have one more and we close this session. We need to, maybe Reverend, you want something, respond to something?
Just a quick one. My colleague Stephen has talked about the suggestion to match the tax of kerosene with others, and just a bit of putting it into context. That is indeed our view, and the best we can do as the sector regulator is to recommend to the people who are responsible for tax policy. So that we have done, and with your support, either through the area MPs and whatnot, once the tax bill is presented to our parliament, we hope that can be kept in view to see that perhaps that has been taken through and use part of that proceeds to subsidize areas like solar equipment. Peter, there is a question that was not responded to. A retailer in Koli talked about the aspect of NEMA having given him permission to go ahead. He's already operating, but without this requisite from the ministry. I think it needs to be addressed because, to the best of my knowledge, NEMA gives it, when you do a scoping report, which scoping report is simply telling the people how you intend to do your environmental impact assessment study. And the NEMA says, okay, we understand that the process is okay, you can go ahead. Once you do an EIA, you go back to NEMA, and the NEMA gives a certificate to say, okay, now we certify that you clearly understand the likely impact on the environment and the mitigating measures to be taken in the event of that. So NEMA gives that certificate. That certificate does not say, now go and operate, now go and construct. So it is a requirement that as you come to the ministry, you actually have that approval of NEMA, that you know the likely impact, the operations are likely to cost the environment, and indeed are prepared to know how to handle. But it is not a certificate or a license. Actually, it is a certificate. They certify that you are okay, but they have not licensed you to go ahead. So kindly follow up and ensure that you are properly licensed. And finally, the somebody, DPC Noya, on issue of enforcement in an area. Whenever we move into an area, the first point of contact is RDC for security purposes. And we know very well the role of the RDC in an area. So that if our people, because enforcement is not a bed of roses, so that in an unlikely event of any issue out there, we're already aware. But more importantly, our enforcement team moves with the oil and gas police. So there is always an officer or two with the enforcement team as they move in the field. Now we get back to the territorial police in areas where there are cases that ought to be going to the Director of Public Prosecutions. Otherwise, in the normal operations, really, because we know you are also busy doing other areas of law and order. But if there is an errant case, somebody is breaking seals, somebody is doing whatever, then the officers write a report and bring it to you. So that's the kind of thing. But we can be able to improve in areas of collaboration to ensure that there is no lapse. Thank you.
I think on that note, we come to the close of this session, and thank you all for your participation. If there are no questions, one or two. Yes, sir.
So you are going to have the mic, but there was one other issue of somebody saying fuel station near schools, is it bad? I thought that is self. With all due respect, I thought that is what? Self-explanatory. But the other way around is a school allowed near a petrol station? Because now, I mean, you've found me with a petrol station, okay? And then you come to put a what? School. And then you run to say, this station is causing a danger to these kind of things. So it is a two-way question. Perhaps it depends on who was there first. But honestly, those are not allowed. Thank you.
Let's receive those two, and then the ED
Thank
will
you. Jesse Tremaya is my name from Boyare Town Council. I have an issue of developers. They come and buy land, and then they want to put petrol stations. When you tell them that this is not a convenient area for a petrol station, then they start saying, I've already invested a lot of my money, what. So what could we really resolve on this issue is, since now you have called us for this meeting, let's collaborate. Because you interact with those developers more often than us. Advise them before they buy land, they should consult the local authorities on the physical planning for those areas. Then secondly is, I wish the Ministry of Energy should also give us, maybe at least give a copy to us, to the local authorities, that this petrol station has been licensed in our areas of jurisdiction. Because most of the time you don't give us, you don't inform us. And those people are a bit proud. Getting them information becomes a big challenge, since they assume they are dealing with people at the center. So we request that you inform the car or the town clerk of that area that this company has been licensed to operate. Then lastly is, I have a problem with the National Bureau of Standards. You are doing well on petroleum, but what about other things like the mineral water we are drinking and sodas? You find a trailer has come from Kampala up to Gulu, but if the stop around Kamdin, you can get that water can burn if you open that bottle, and which is a hazard to us. So I feel you both should also try and put standards on transportation of these drinks and sodas, because they are causing us more disease to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My name is Roy Christopher Ubol, the district chairperson, Kitgum District. I've had the response given pertaining to the mushrooming sale of fuel in the village, in jerrycans, bottles, but I'm not convinced with the response. Because the one who responded said that the local leaders should go on the ground and sensitize the population. But you should also realize that there's a very big gap with your institutions. When you go to our districts, you don't engage us. You don't even call the police. You operate single-handedly. If you don't amass our support as critical stakeholders, how can this be handled? This mushrooming market in the villages is causing a lot of harm to the community, despite the fact that fuel can be used for fueling motorbikes and other small machines. But there are incidences when fuel is used for criminal purposes, even burning suspects, burning houses and other things. And as district and as local leaders, we should have an authority and also the mandate to talk about it, but we are not empowered. I think you need to look at this one very critically, because if you are coming to work in our district and you do not include us, then count it as a failure. But if you will involve us, then we shall take on, because for us leaders, we hold the mandate of talking to the people. And by the way, we are paid for talking, you know that. If we are not provided, if we are not empowered with information, we have nothing to say. So please sit down, develop a very clear guideline which police can use, and also the leaders can go on air and talk about such. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's all. We can close that session. If we can respond to that one, and then the ED will come and close this workshop.
Okay, thank you very much. About the empowerment of local government leaders, this is an ongoing activity. Every 5 years you get new leaders and they need to be trained. And what I said in the morning, local governments have got some powers which you can use to address the issues you are raising, like those selling petrol and petrol drugs in the bottles. There is in a district a committee called the Security what? Committee, headed by the RDC. You know, petrol in bottles is a security matter, not so. So they should come up with strategies as districts through the Security Committee to address that local issue in your local government. That's what I would say about that. Otherwise, training is important. I'll call upon people from the center that when they come and have resources, call them also to get some more new. Because the challenges we have, in our local governments, 75% of our leaders change after every 5 years, from parliament to LC. So we get new people who are not yet trained. So there is a need for continuous training. I think I'm telling the truth. Chair, this is what? Chiriandongo. Those who are lucky come twice, but the majority, they serve one term. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that input. At this moment, please allow me to invite the ED for the closing remark. Thank you for your attention. We are still around in the region. We have given you our contacts. You can reach us, and then we can continue to collaborate in this sector for better performance in continuous improvement. You're welcome.
You don't have to worry. I will not stand for a long time here to be between me and your lunch. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Engineer John Paul Simami, Deputy ED, Compliance, UNBS. But also with me I have my colleague also, you know what, just there, who is going to speak on behalf of the ED. My colleague is also a Deputy in charge of Management and Financial Services. And just to mention that before the current ED, he was our acting ED. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, because I don't want to, to misfire as far as addressing specific rankings is concerned. So just allow me to appreciate everyone who has come for this sensitization workshop. Personally, I believe that there is a cause as to why we came, and each one of us, I'm thinking that he has an answer to it. Maybe before I continue, apologies from our substantive ED, who has not been able to be with us here because of other engagements. Yeah, so I was saying that there is a cause as to why we should all come for such a stakeholder engagement. Because at every moment, at every time, there's something that we learn. Even us who have been in these things for a long time, when I hear people presenting, and also when it comes to asking questions, there's always a takeaway that one goes with. And I believe that all of us, both those that have come up with the program for this activity, Means of Energy, Mineral Development, and then UNBS, right at the beginning, we had objectives as to why we wanted to have this stakeholder engagement. And I also believe that on the side of the participants, there are objectives as to why you came here. Probably there are questions that you've been having and they have been answered. And on the side of UNBS and Means of Energy, it is good for us to take this information to the public. And I believe that there is a point of convergence for all of us who are here, that the specific objectives from whichever side you're standing, I believe they have been met. I want to appreciate all our colleagues who have made the presentations. I believe, not even believing, but I know that the quality of the presentations have improved because we are normally with them in the different regions, but you see that the presentations have changed.
in terms of quality, in both content and also the way that it has been presented. And I want to appreciate our colleagues who have made the presentations. It is very good. And I was thinking to myself that yes, the information that we've had here, I know that we've been in this region, we've gone to the different radio stations, etc., but what is being heard here needs to be heard by all Ugandans. And I would want to challenge my colleagues in the fuel marking program to see how we can escalate this to sensitize the entire country, maybe by having some broadcasts or whatever we can, so that they're able to know the people who are having the borders out there who are putting in fuel, 10,000, 5,000 from here to there and all those things. I think they really need to hear what we have been discussing here. I want to appreciate everyone for your contributions because as we come here, from the side of implementation, we get ideas. You know, we are people of quality and we have quality management systems, but there's a principle which says that there must be continuous improvement. So basically, as we come here, the questions that you keep on asking, we go back, digest them, and get solutions to them. And it would be good for those who have repeatedly come to evaluate us, because today we have provided some answers. The question would be when we come back, maybe after a year, shall we have really acted? You are the ones again to evaluate us and see whether we've been able to make good on what we declared here as we're answering, or we have not. But by and large, as we come for these sensitizations, for us who are in government, we look for collaborations. Because UNBS, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, cannot be everywhere. Some of these people that you have seen here, the commissioners and the commissioner and all other people, they come in like once a year. But for us who are in local government, the police, etc., we are with these people on each and every other day. So we look for compliments in terms of enforcement, because in the enforcement field, normally police will get certain suspects and they will alert us. When they alert us, we work with them. And that is the value proposition that we can get from the local government, in that we are same government and we need to support each other. Unlike God who is omnipresent, for us we cannot be everywhere at the same time. However, the government has that structure. It has the security arm, it has the the administrative arm, it has all those different arms, and we are in the same government. So the issue is, let us foster these collaborations so that we are able to work together and give service to our people. That is why when we come here, we are not choosing any other one, but we are there to complement. Maybe you come and you do not know where to come in. But I don't think if the police gets somebody who is cheating on the fuel station and he maybe takes action and he alerts UNBS, that UNBS will not act. Or if you find people who are offloading fuel and mixing etc., I don't think if you alert Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, they will not respond, for sure. We are there to complement each other, and the local government or those people on the ground, those that are in the government, they are there to act also as whistleblowers. If you have information, kindly let us know. We have a toll-free line as far as UNBS is concerned, and I believe also Ministry of Energy. I don't know, Sylvia, whether we have I think the toll-free line, yes, it is over here. For UNBS, Ministry of Energy, I'm not sure, but if you notify us, fuel marking, do we have a free toll line? So we use this toll-free line, 0800 133 133. This is the one that we use. Kindly let us know in case of anything. We can be in position to respond to such emergencies. Otherwise, like I said, let me not take much of your time. I want to appreciate everyone for having come, and I wish you safe journeys as you go back home. Thank you. The workshop is officially closed.
Okay, bet twal jo me bedo watching wa live man YouTube me QFM nya bedo Moses kumukelo tini obedo nindwe pirade nono me dwe me achiel mo hatutu mierio kede pirario we beach bedo kede dul me UNBS man Uganda National Bureau of Standard karachel kede kunkubere kede Ministry me Energy and Mineral Development tute meneni copy ko mo aman mo achalo petrol mo achalo diesel mo achalo motara o nyamo yore meneni quality mere kede quantity ame bino bot tedero bino bot yo atiu kede mo obede ame tiaber no niangere ni manono tijo kena ame katiu kelo mo o medo gini dok jam mukeno ko ye ko mo agino kelo inuni o medo nyo petrol rubu kede diesel nuni petrol rubu kede pi nyo motara rubu kede jam mukene ame man mio adana ma tikere achalo dana magike nyo chalo boda pebedi kare me nungo aduogi me mo amene wilo nyo meti yu chende me nungo profit aman obede ye hotela ruomge polo pat me local government obede kede jo ame charmo obede kede jo ame tiu kede mo obede kede dul police karachel kede mono ojo mudongi ruom jo apolo pat me ya districts ame rumulao jo keno ya nuoya jo keno ya tutu chiriandongo jo keno ya nake gulu ya choli kedo jo kena pol adong yobaman opuonyo jo ekom kita pola achalo yin ngata metiu kede mo mir beda wai tuolo ko hokena bedo katu kom kala amemo amenuni chao kenen beda rema chao kenen nutia me kala meretia pata menuni koho bedo katu adua dong anina tini jo apol onuo ngech aduong tutwal awoper kede ngochi amiro dano tim kachie ginoro tia timere amema hokope komo ame report ame jo dok kede gino uchikere me wota keto botru weregi apolo pat me wek gino bedi gum me niang ngo amiero gino tim kachie kuri peho moro ken nyo accident timere komo nyo ginora aracho timere komo menani obeda ber mano ngo ame no tie otemere ni natini obedo e Margarita Palace ti iboma Lira kan do ko bani apoy twal jo ame obedo watching jo ame obedo following wa yore kede yore da mi to duok pocha duong twal but dulme Uganda Bureau of Statistics no Bureau of Standard amegino bedo atiekan kede Ministry me Energy and Mineral Development Uganda pi kello kudi jamma chalmando wano kwani kare kachie o mede gini kiriti manono bino bedo aber dosho do me to poya tak tutual wuna me watching mano kelwa iya kikimere pini natini poyo meda kare chilki watching yore kiri yore nyapur bedo Moses kumukelo bye road me polo woku amen.